T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now and okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
Look takes all night, that'll be alright. If I can get you to smile before I leave, looking out at the road rushing under my wheels. I don't know how to tell you all just how crazy this life feels. Look around for the friends that I used to turn to pull me through. Looking into their eyes, I see them running too. Running on empty, running wild, running into the sun, but I'm running behind. Honey, you really trip me, you know the way you look so kind. I'd love to stick around, but I'm running behind. You know I don't even know what I'm hoping to find. Running into the sun, but I'm running behind.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, y'all. I don't know if you saw the title. I don't know if I like the title or not for today. It's so long. I want to change something in it. It doesn't flow real well. But in one day, the likelihood of 100 basis points for the rate hike doubled. It was 16% yesterday. 16% chance that they would increase the rate by 1% or 100 basis points. Today, it is 30% chance. In one single day. One single day is all it took for that. It was 2 days ago. I think on the weekend. On the weekend, I don't even think 100 basis points was an option. It was 50 or 75. 50 is no longer even on the table. It doesn't even show up anymore as a possibility. It's 75 to 100 now. And it's going up. And the rate hike happens on the 21st. So what do we have here? We got, let's see, a week from today. A week from today, 100 basis points with a 30% chance. Yesterday, pre-market volume, or not pre-market volume, pre-market futures were suggesting an increase in price of somewhere around, I think it was like a 1.75% open, or maybe it was 0.75. I can't remember. It was like 0.75% to 1.5%, somewhere around there for an open was the prediction. And almost immediately, it just started falling out of nowhere. We ended up yesterday down. I think we started out yesterday on the SPY at let's see, we were like 415 or something like that. 415 fell to like 393. Yeah, 415 just prior to market open, fell just prior to market open and continued on. Ended up closing at 393.10. Bottom was 391. Woof. 4.35% lost on the SPY. Whoa, whoa. There's some dirty numbers. That's some dirty, dirty numbers. I don't know. Are we going to continue this today? I'll tell you what. The futures are looking bullish as it stands right now. I looked through the futures a little bit. They're looking semi bullish. We've got anywhere between like 0.3 to 0.5% showing up right now for futures market open. And the VIX is down, showing at a futures open of 0.25% down. So I don't know. We'll have to we'll have to see. It could just suddenly turn south on us again. I know part of the reasons why a lot of people would like to blame the fact that it was entirely based on the fact that we had our CPI data come in higher than expected. I'll tell you what. Somebody had asked me yesterday. They said, do you think it was just, was it everything, or was it partially to blame for this, that, and the other? I'll tell you what. Commodities look bad. Securities look bad. Cryptocurrencies look bad. Everything looked bad. There really just wasn't a whole lot of good-looking things yesterday. It was pretty crappy. And I'm of the opinion that this could be pricing in perhaps maybe a rate hike for next week, and we may see some normal trading. Maybe we won't see a drop like that again for another week. But I do think that they're trying to price in that rate hike, and so that may be partially the reason why you saw this big sell-off across the board. Let's see here. Reading what you guys are writing here. Good morning to you guys. Danny, congratulations on being first. Somebody had requested Jackson Browne for a song for their grandfather, so that's the one I picked out. They didn't specifically have a particular song or anything, so I picked that one. Yeah, I thought likelihood. Yeah, let me do that. I'm going to change likelihood, and I want to change I also want to change the 100 BPS, I think, to 1%. The likelihood of 1% rate hike doubled to 30% chance. I think that flows a little bit better. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Danny. Appreciate that, man. Oh, no, that wasn't Danny. It was, who said that? Novocaine. Thank you, Novocaine. Spelling is not one of my stronger suits. It's definitely not one of my stronger suits. Let's see here. So far this morning in the market, Ape is up 75 or 0.75%, and AMC is up 0.21%. Don't have my glasses on yet. We got about 3 more minutes left here before I can start looking at the numbers. I'm gonna go ahead and put on my glasses. But these numbers, I mean, 100% basis points increase would be, I think, I personally think that they should have started doing 100 a while ago. I gotta tell you what, I'm a little disappointed. Charles Payne's been kind of like one of the guys that I feel like he's been kind of like one of the few people who's actually sees the light and understands what's going on in the market. And as of lately, like, he's pushing the narrative that, or at least he's bringing on a lot of different people onto his program. And I'm just seeing little short skits, or not skits, but short pieces with those guests that he brings on, and everybody's, all these analysts are talking bullish. Then I'm watching other news source media, and I'm seeing a lot of analysts who are like super bearish. There is definitely a divide on where analysts think this is going to go. There are some out there that are extremely bearish, and they say they've been bearish for a long time, which I don't agree with, but whatever. We're going to see. We're going to see shortly. All right, the glasses are on. The glasses are clean. Nasir says 2 weeks. Last night, guys, I posted. Who was it that sent that to me? Hold on a second. I got to give credit to who sent that to me. I think it was War Dog. War Dog sent me that picture of the gentleman from the UFO stuff, and the meme that said MOASS is tomorrow at 2 p.m. So I posted it up there. I knew I was probably going to get flack from people, just because, like nobody likes dates or anything like that. And I wasn't trying to put it up there for the dates. I was putting it up there more because it was just funny, because it was something that I talked about the other day. The dude with the crazy hair that talks about UFOs. There he is. And the meme says MOASS is tomorrow at 2 p.m. So I put in the title, I put, look, if you weren't there, don't comment. Because I knew there was just going to be like tons of people who are going to be like, oh, yeah, no dates. It's supposed to be funny. Sometimes we got to remember to keep our humor in all of this. Let me see if Adam Aarons tweeted anything new out since I've last seen. Nope. Okay, last tweet is still 23 hours ago with the Highcroft information. Danny's like, I know, that's why I was kind of surprised, Danny. I was like, Danny's a math teacher. Why is he making grammar corrections? Good morning, Jay. Uh-oh, it's buffering already. Wonderful. It's too early in the morning. It's 6:20. All right, well, it's 6:20. It means we can go through the numbers. Good morning, Menjit. Let's take a look at our numbers. I'm going to go ahead and log in here real quick to my broker, and then I'll take you guys over to the other screen. Let's see what's going on. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to get it. It could help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. Save you heartache. Something to consider. Extra levels of protection. Not a bad thing. All right, let's start with taking you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing from here on forward, so hold those thoughts or comments until you see the big tramp back up on the page, because I won't be able to see it otherwise. Starting with price prediction tallies. So the ending price, combined price of AMC and Ape yesterday. Let me pull this up here. Combined price at closing was 1503. We all had very similar price predictions yesterday. So Monty scraped by. Monty was the only one that had a much different price prediction, but he had 1501. The closing price was 1503. He made it by 2 cents. So everybody getting a point. Monty scraping by there, just barely making it. Not bad, not bad, not bad. A win is a win. Doesn't matter how close it is, as long as you're in there. Let me go through and give everybody their points. I wonder if Monty was biting his nails. I envision he probably doesn't care that much, but I can just be like, come on, 2 cents, come on. Let's see, what were we struggling at the end of the day, or were we heading? Oh, we were kind of struggling a little bit to the very last minute. The very last minute had a little bit of a run there, so because the closing minute before closed at let's see here, 970. No, oh wait, hold on a second. I'm looking at the wrong one. Hold on. Yeah, the closing minute before closed at 15, so he would have been under a minute, 2 minutes before closing. It was in the final minute that he got his extra pennies in there. Really, really close. All right, let's go to True Demons MOASS trigger indicators. And short exempt volume on AMC yesterday was 133.2. Very, very low numbers. Low volume will do that. Ape. What was Ape? Give me 1 second while I look it up. $78.1. A little bit lower as well. Utilization. Well, actually, let me scroll down to the. We can already wipe off the 2 of 3. We're gonna have to turn those red again because we know both of them were down. Yesterday's price movement down on AMC was negative 4.89. And Apes was 7.17. 100% utilization. Let's see if it's still the case. Indeed it is. It's still showing 100% utilization on AMC. Let me just verify that the date is correct so we can count it. September 13th, that's correct. That is now day number 151. 151 trading days of 100% utilization. On Ape, utilization is now 80.16. And let me just change the color on these two cells. Oh, you know what? I don't know why I always do this. I change them individually, and it's like, why do I do this? Why? You can change them both, Casey. Come on. And I'm changing them green. Like, what the heck am I doing? I need more sleep. Ooh, boy. I need more sleep. There we go. All right. Moving down to off exchange. Final numbers for off exchange for AMC yesterday is 50.52 and 12.62 for a grand total of 63.14. That's actually about 1% less than a normal day. Low volume means that less off exchange trading would be needed to control price. So we'll take a look at volume numbers and price numbers and see kind of like how those compared to the previous day in a minute here. But that's definitely some low off exchange volume by about 1%. Combined total for AMC and Ape was 54.65 and 13.29 for a grand total 67.94, which is about 3.94% higher than a normal day. So additional added volume, unusual volume there going through those off exchanges. Taking a look at max pain. I can't imagine max pain going down further. I really just can't, but I mean, we'll see. It went from 15 yesterday down to 14, or sorry, 15 on Monday down to 14 yesterday. I can't imagine it going any lower than that. Well, let me think about this for a second. It went down to 10. Yeah, it might. Let's. I'm gonna guess 1350. No, 13. 13 is max pain. No, I should have stayed at 14. It's still 14. I should have. I should have stayed. I should have stayed. And let's see here. Institutional ownership. Yesterday was 154.565 million, according to Fintel. Still the same value, no change. And give me just a second while I move a couple screens over here, and we will take a look at the rest of the data. 1 second. Options. No, Ortex. Ortex is showing 190.72 million shares on loan. That is down by a couple million. We'll take a look at that here in just a minute and see how many million in total that is down by day over day. I think it's about 5 million or so. Utilization still at that 100%. Estimated short share interest of the free float at 19.69%. And Ape is currently showing 34.34 million shares on loan. Short share interest of the free float on that is 5.97, utilization at 80.16. Taking a look at our numbers for options, and this is for AMC1 options, which is the combined price of AMC and Ape together. Let's see here. Highest amount of open interest for this, or sorry, not the highest amount, but for the contracts at a $50 strike price for calls. Yesterday we had 32.2 thousand contracts that were open there. There's still 32.2. Highest amount of call open interest otherwise is at a $30 strike price. Yesterday there was 23.5 thousand contracts. Today there's 23.5 thousand contracts. Highest amount of open interest on puts is currently at squeaking by at $20. Yesterday there was 15.5 thousand contracts. Today there's 15.5. A very close runner-up is 13 strike though at 15.1 thousand contracts. So very, very close runner-up there. Taking a little look at at AMC plus Ape. Our combined price right now is at 1507. Max pain's at 14. I did suggest yesterday that we may see a push on at least Ape, maybe even AMC for a synthetic price failure slash SSR triggering. We'll take a look at those numbers here in just a minute and see how those kind of line up. But the combined price on AMC and Ape currently is at 1507. That's a little bit higher than what it was at closing. Yesterday it was obviously a bit of a downtrend. Let's see what kind of trend overall we've got going on here. Man, if I didn't know any better, I almost say this looks like over the last 3 days we've had a little bit of exploding kittens with head and shoulders followed by that downwards momentum. It did find support. We actually had a triple bottom yesterday at 1482, which has been a level of support in the recent past. We may need to kind of fill some pricing between 15 and $15.50, which is where we're at right now. Oops. There we go. Taking a look at the Ortex data a little more closely here. Here's our utilization at 100% for 151 straight trading days. We're going to zoom in more closely on just our current period of time of information. On loan amount dipping day over day from 194.5 to 190.7. So 3.8 million shares. 3.8 million shares day over day drop in on loan amount. Let's figure out how much of that was in short interest, estimated. Short interest dropped from 1994 to 1969. So of that 3.8 million shares that were returned, about 1.29% of it was in short interest. I'm just going to call it 1.3. So the question always for me is always is it newer short interest and loans that they closed out or old? So depending upon what happens on loan average age per day, if it's newer ones, then you should see on loan average age per day increasing dramatically or somewhat dramatically. If it's older loans, then you should see neutral to downwards movement on loan average age per day. On loan average age per day went up, so it was newer positions that were closed out by my estimation. We went from 44.94 to 45.81. Security lending volume day over day was a doubling again. We went from 10.93 million in security lending to 19.47. On Ape, there's your utilization dropping day over day from 81.37 to 80.16. All of this is short interest. So we have a little bit of a change there from 6.07% to 5.97%. Security lending volume, on loan average age per day should always be driving up on this until they start borrowing some more shares. It actually dipped just so slightly from 10.37 to 10.34. Security lending volume dipping a little bit here from 17.63 million to 13.28 million. So how much did the on loan amount dip by? On loan amount dipped from 35.36 to 34.34. So 1 million shares returned yesterday in short interest. Orders by Fidelity customers. Due to the low volume, AMC and Ape and even GME were all kind of low on the list. In fact, I think AMC and GME had both fallen off the list at one point. Ape's still showing up. We were 25th overall in most trades, according to Fidelity, with a 70% buy to 30% sell ratio, which is very strong. Very strong buy to sell ratio, but it looks like AMC and GME never made it back up onto the list here. And that would just be due to low volume. In contrast to other, I would just say low volume in general. Looks like they did borrow some more shares already this morning, of course. That's not unusual. Since midnight last night, there was 450,000 shares. They borrowed 50 there, another 50. Let's see, and then basically 450 after that. So 550,000 shares haven't been borrowed so far this morning. Yesterday we saw about 1.1 million shares borrowed. Fees are currently at 17.9%. ETFs are starting to get reported again. There's another 50,000 in ETFs that I just didn't count right there. So let me go ahead and add that in there too. That's 600,000 shares now. Oh wait, trigger price for SSR is 875 today. And let me I'll figure out apes here in just a minute. Again, futures this morning looking less positive now than they were earlier this morning. When I first started this show, we were looking at like somewhere around like 2 to 4%, or sorry, 0.2 to 0.4% up. Now it's looking more like 0 to 0.2% up. The VIX is actually starting to move positive, and some of the small caps are starting to go negative. So, yeah, we might see a red open, starting to lean that direction. Man, NASDAQ, I'm just going to read these off. NASDAQ was down yesterday 5.16, Dow Jones 3.96, and S&P 500 was 4.32. That's insane. Overnight, everything was red in the rest of the world as well. Hang Seng was down 2.5%. Let's see here. That looks like it might have been one of the worst markets yesterday. In the pre-market, Tesla is down 0.17, Amazon is up 0.31, Cinemark is up 0.6, Doge is up 2.01, Bitcoin's up 0.66, GME is down 0.68, HYMC is down 5.49, Hood is up 0.19, NCMI is down 3.67, Ape is breaking even, and AMC is up 0.41. Inflow versus outflow yesterday on AMC was $12 million more in outflow than inflow, roughly. So far this morning on AMC, we've traded about 13,000 shares so far. We've got another 20 minutes before pokey stick of volume kicks in. And I'll say this, we got our rabbit pellets, so still a lot of low liquidity showing up right now. There are some trades that are being made, though. But 13,000 shares is very, very low. Even with some of our larger quadrupling of pokey stick of volume at 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. Eastern, usually isn't enough to drive this over 100. So we'll probably be seeing 10 to 30 million shares traded for the day today again, but we'll wait for pokey stick to make that determination. On the hourly, looking at Vortex indicator and RSI only, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.99, which is just about average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.71, which is just about average. And on a 5-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.28, which is slightly above average. Taking a look at Ape, yesterday we had more inflow than outflow by about roughly 2.5 million. Volume for this morning is about 3.56 thousand shares having been traded so far. That is low volume. Very, very low volume. I think by 7 a.m. yesterday we had like 6,000 shares traded. I didn't calculate SSR trip point for the day today. Let me do that real fast since I got it up here. $4.78 would be SSR trip. Let me write that in. $4.78. And I'm going to move the red line to that number. So now we've got SSR and SPF starting to match up or align. A lot of times when we see that happen, we see price move down to those ranges. So that's, keep that in mind. That might be incredibly possible to have us hit that range for the day today. Somewhere between where we're at now and 478. Or it could even take 2 days to get there. But if we went down, half the distance, we would see SSR move down as well. So, but they're lined up pretty well right now where it's at. Taking a look at the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.03, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.19, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.11, which is below average. On the hourly for Ichimoto, there it is. There's the move underneath the cloud like I had suggested. We got the move to underneath the cloud, but we have red cloud forming. Price does like to move down through green, up through red. So we have red cloud forming here in 2 days. Not today, but tomorrow. So we could see this could be just as short of a downtrend as it was an uptrend. If we don't go down nearly as much as we were starting from, then that's not a bad, we're starting from a higher position, which is not bad. Lagging line is below price line. Conversion line is below base. And base and conversion are actually, or I mean, not base and conversion, but baseline is actually kind of holding its position. It's going to take a lot of price movement to get, you're going to need to see base start coming down here. So we may not run up through the cloud in the near future. It might be on the backside of the cloud. This is for Ape. Look at AMC. We are inside the cloud, which is a point of indecisiveness as to which way price is going to move. Lagging line is below price line. Conversion is below base, but price is inside the cloud. So, and the cloud is starting to thin. It could turn into a red cloud here within, again, the next 2 days. So very similar kind of charts. Looking at the minute interval on AMC, SSR trips today at what does it trip at? It trips at 875. So let me get my numbers in here. There's already an 875 number there. So I'm just going to put these right next to each other. So yeah, it seems very likely that that's going to be a possibility. If the market has another day today like it had yesterday, you could see how that might work out the way that it's looking. But if price failure to those kind of points would definitely make sense with those Ichimoto clouds looking the way that they're looking. It would drop that baseline down further and then give us the bouncing effect that we would need to have maybe a day or two of price running. I will say that on Wednesdays, based off of a year's worth of data, Wednesdays, after having a red day on Tuesdays, Wednesdays have a 19% chance of being green, which is it seems really, really low to say 19. You're like, wait a minute, that's a 1 in 5 chance. Yeah, well, we haven't had too many green days, but it's actually not that low. There's much lower numbers in here, percentages. We could have, there's an 8 and a 14 in here. It is the third lowest, though. It's the third lowest number, third lowest chance that we have at a green day. Fridays are actually, or Thursdays rather, are much better when we have red days on Wednesdays. We have 25% chance at having green days on Thursdays with a red day on Wednesdays. Just throwing that out there. Taking a look at suck, squeeze, bang, blow. Let's add in our information for that. Give me 1 second. Closing price yesterday for Ape was 531 with 8.827,900 shares. And AMC ran, what do we get? We got 972 as the close, and volume yesterday at 24,810,900. So yesterday, our combined price drop between Ape and AMC was down 5.71%. Our average volume, when you add Ape and AMC volume together, the day-over-day volume fall was negative 43%. So we had both volume and price dropping day over day. Remember that during the suck, squeeze, bang, blow phases, which I feel like now that I'm tracking this with Ape and AMC together, it actually does really look very similar to what we've seen in the past for cycles. And hit or misses on the squeeze phase are what we're supposed to see, and we're getting that. We're getting some days where we got hits when you have both price and volume rising above the day previous. Misses are when either one of those fail. Either price didn't make it above the previous day's price, wasn't an increase, or volume didn't. So we've got, so far during the squeeze pit phase, we've had 3 hits and 4 misses. Getting a lot of rabbit pellets over here on Ape. With 10 minutes left to go. Before our pokey stick. All right, with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Matt, let me ask you a question. Matt's saying, if I just ordered 1,000 shares of Ape pre-market on ARKX direct routing, shouldn't the pre-market volume go up 1,000? It filled but didn't show up on time and sales or any level 2 data either. What I would ask you is who's your broker? I know there's been some testing done, and there's only been, I think, 3 brokers that have been identified to actually have actual volume. I'm not sure about ARKX. ARCX, I'm not sure about. You're on Fidelity. Okay, ARCX I don't believe is the one that you're supposed to be using. That's not the right one. I don't believe that's not going to get you what it is that you want. What you want to do is you want to direct to, if you should so choose, you want to direct to IEX. And Fidelity is one of the 3. I know IEX is one of the 3 that is listed as one that does do trades direct to the market through IEX. You can't buy IEX through pre-market. Well, then there's therein lies the problem. I haven't tried obviously before. But there lies the problem. If you can't trade IEX, then guess not. MCon says, are we still seeing a head and shoulders on what? The last head and shoulders that I recall seeing was on Bitcoin that I'm waiting for, which I feel is going to kind of run its due course and perhaps maybe break through starting on the 18th or 19th, 18th or 19th, or somewhere there shortly thereafter. Should see it break below 19.4 before the 23rd. Head and shoulders on AMC and Ape. I haven't seen any head and shoulders on Ape that I in the recent history that I can recall. Yeah, Arca and Arc. Yo is saying Arca and ArcX are internalized or dark pools. Caleb says SPY going to go green today and positive beta for AMC. I don't actually. I'm not actually seeing SPY going green today. That's not what I'm seeing. So as it stands right now, any kind of chances of having a green open have exponentially been been decimated, just gone. There was a chance at maybe like a 4.4% up increase at market open. It's gone. That's no longer in the running right now. As far as for the whole day, though, I can't really speak for the whole day, and it's impossible for me to say, Caleb. It's impossible for me to say whether or not the PPT is going to come in and dump money into the market somewhere. So I have no idea how that's going to work out. Pork Chopper, we're doing good. Thank you very much. Petrofire, good morning to you. In regards to negative, I don't think we're negative beta to the rest of the market yet, Caleb. I've got a great website that you can use to check and see if we're negative beta. The one thing that it's really kind of weird. Like a lot of people want to jump to the conclusion that there's negative beta over like 1 day's worth of time of information. So this website that I just linked you to here will take you to a website that you can calculate out negative beta to the rest of the market. And I guess what I would say is that uh, I think we've been showing signs of being negative beta to the rest of the market using. Let me try 6 months worth of data here. I haven't ran it recently. Why not? Why not? We'll try it again. We'll use the last 8 months. It looks like to me, I'm getting when I run it, it looks like I'm getting -6 beta to the market. So it looks like we are negative beta to the market already. That's using 8 months worth of data. Actually, you know what? I may have used part of September. Let me try that one more time, and I'll just get rid of. I'll put in August. -5.8. Close enough. Yo says, Matt R, yeah, I've had a few orders through IEX not show on level 2 books as well. Brokers internalizing is a big problem. I agree with that. Good morning, Z Wade. Michael Roberts says, Casey, I think the loyal Discord is a valuable set of opinions. Can you do a quick poll on the likelihood of the Fed implementation of a full 1% rate hike in the next couple of days based on recent data? I don't know what you mean. I'm not pulling my information from a Discord. So first off, I'm not sure where that's coming from. The idea that I'm pulling that from Discord. I'm actually getting this from cmegroup.com, and it's been a very accurate site in predicting it's looking at probabilities of rate hikes based off of lots of different indicators, and so they're giving out target rate probabilities for here until July of 23, and you can run the probabilities and take a look at it. And right now, as it stands, it's showing a 70% chance for 75 basis points and a 30% chance on 100 basis points. And I can tell you that within I just all right. I refreshed it this morning before I started. Wow, wow. I refreshed it this morning before I started the live stream, and it was 70-30. It's now 64-36. So it is constantly going up. The probability of seeing a 100 basis points is like it's moving up quick. But it's not. I think putting out a poll when you're saying valuable set of opinions. I don't think you're getting anything different by me putting up a poll here. I mean, it's still just opinions. It's not based off of facts. Oh, you meant the chat? Yeah, okay, I got you. Yeah, I'm basing this off of a website. I can't believe that's already up 6% in an hour's worth of time. I've been streaming for an hour, and it's already gone up 6% chance on a 1% rate hike. I don't see any point in putting. I mean, we can do a poll. We'll do a poll on it. I'll ask. What do you think? Uh, I'll actually put in 4 options: 50 basis points, 75, 100, and 125, just to be flavorful. But what the general consensus is, all right, we got our pokey stick of volume, and our general consensus in here is not going to make a difference. I think that website that I'm using is much better at predicting than any poll that we're going to run in here. Monty says my opinions are facts. Yes, they are. They are factual. Total amount of volume for AMC is showing up at 79,000 shares with a pokey stick of volume. Pokey stick was 60,000, so we had like basically a tripling. Is that a tripling? Yeah, it's a tripling. Doesn't matter because 80,000 shares on pre-market's not going to get us anything higher than 10 to 30 million shares for the day. On Ape, let's see here. We saw. I'll just do it through the other screen. On Ape, we saw 27,000. Our total amount is 31,000 shares traded after the pokey stick of volume this morning. So again, 5 to 25. So no change today on volume in contrast to yesterday. In fact, you might even see slightly smaller amounts of volume today than you did yesterday. Maybe. It's going to be close. It's going to be very close. It was after Petro. Like the big move down was I think like a month after or close to thereabouts. We went back and looked not too long ago. Jack says the effery is out of control. You're preaching to the choir, man. Tammy says, Casey, my son-in-law will be transferring to Fort Hood in February. We'll be flying to Austin when they get there to visit them regularly. I found that it's a lot cheaper to fly to. It is, believe it or not, Tammy, it is pretty cheap to fly here. Austin's cheaper than Dallas and San Antonio. Well, I find because every once in a while, whenever I'm flying out of here, I always look for the good deals, and so I'll check out Houston, I'll check out San Antonio, I'll check out Dallas. Austin always ends up being one of the cheaper flights. Tammy says, I almost considered flying to Austin and driving to Sierra Vista, Arizona, where they are right now, but it's too far of a drive. I have made that drive several times and I hate it. It's such a rough drive. Javi's going with 125 basis points. I can tell you right now, the fact that it's gone up 6% in an hour is shocking to me. I'm going to refresh it again and see if it changes again. I'm going to watch this I'm going to watch this all day today. I'm going to be glued to this. Okay, I just refreshed it. It's still 36%. It didn't change in 5 minutes. Well, see, that's part of the problem, Tammy. They don't want to do that. If they do that, then they run the risk of losing the market. If they lose the market now, just before elections, nobody no well, first off, nobody wants to lose the market, right? Nobody wants that on their watch. But I think that they're getting to the point to where they know that it's beyond control. The question is when are you going to let it go? And so, a lot of people have suggested after elections, especially if it doesn't go their way, they can let it go after the elections and say, oh, see, it's their fault that they're coming into office. Markets know it's going to be terrible. It's going down because of that. You should have never elected those people. And they may even put the fear mongering out in advance. Oh, don't elect who you want to elect because it may cause the market to crash. M. Height says, as a loan officer, they already increased it by zero point 0.5 basis points yesterday. Very interesting. All right. So that might be a little bit of a insight as to whether or not they're going to do the additional zero point 0.5 then next week. And it kind of makes sense based off of what you're saying right there, M. Height. Sounds to me like additional liquidity is needed in the market. So a rate hike after yesterday's market movement kind of makes a little bit of sense. Casey says, gotta wait 5 minutes, Casey. 6% in an hour is 1% every 10 minutes. This is good math, Danny. Good math. You're right. I waited. I was 5 minutes too slow there, or too fast. I should have waited 5 more minutes. You know what? Let's look at it again here in 3 minutes. We'll see if it changes. Yeah. So what security lending is supposed to be? I'll tell you what it's supposed to be. I don't know that it's necessarily being used like this. Security is lending is a form of lending, like almost like overnight loans. Loans where you're trying to just do short-term periods of time. They come with higher interest rates, higher fees. It's like I want to like relate it to like going to like the what do they call those paycheck day places, right? Like you need quick cash because you need to spend some money real fast, right? So you're willing to go pay like huge amounts of fees to get some cash really quick because you gotta go out there and do something with the shares, right? So if they're expecting like a big move in price, the way it's supposed to be used is if they're expecting to see a big price movement coming and they're gonna short a stock really quickly, they know they're gonna make a ton of cash on some short-term loan shares. Then what they do is they do like this very short-term loan, security lending, and they borrow these shares very short period of time, and then they're supposed to return them in a very short period of time. So if the market's going to start falling in price, they sell the shares at the higher price. The price starts to fall, and shares are sold back into the market because the price is falling. So they buy those shares back at a lower price. They collect the money and the difference, and then they return the shares. And the idea is that the difference between whatever they paid on the percentage for the security lending during that period of time is going to be less of a charge against how much they moved the market by and got shares back. Now, if they're not getting any shares back, if no shares are being sold back into the market, and they're taking out the security lending, volume to do these short-term loans, then somebody's getting stuck. Somebody's getting stuck, and they're either having to borrow more shares to return shares for those short-term loans that they're making, which appears to be the case on a daily basis, which means that they're getting they're going to the payday loan places like on a daily basis. And to prove this, to just kind of show you what I'm talking about, I can show you what it looks like, right? Like if you come over here, I'm gonna take you back over here to this page real quick here. I'm gonna show you what that looks like. If you look at the grand scheme of things, you can see here the on loan amounts. Let me get rid of all this other data. All right, so all I got on the page right here is the green bars, the price, which is in green and red, and then red solid bar is on loan amounts. So you can see that there's some lower amounts of on loan amounts back here, right? But then as on loan amounts start picking up, when they get really, really super high, you start seeing security lending volume. And you can tell that they're doing these like daily. They're going to the payday loan place on a daily basis, and they're trying to get these short-term loans so they can try and drop price. Where now, if you're going to ask me questions about like where are these shares coming from for the security lending volume, that I can't answer. I don't know. I have no idea where they get these shares from. I assume it's places like ETFs. I really don't know. I really don't know the answer to that. So it's somebody with a higher pay grade than I have is going to have to answer that question. But you can see it, and so during times where price is really, really low, there's not a whole lot of security lending volume that's occurring usually, right? Because they're not trying to make money off of movements of price. It's really when price gets super high and they know they can knock price down that you end up having much larger amounts of security lending volume, those short-term loans of shares. So that's kind of what security lending volume is. It's like it's the payday loan place. Mandy said higher pay grade. What did I say? Did I say something different? I feel like that's what I said. Maybe I didn't say that. Hopefully that kind of clears things up. You can do some of your own research, Francis, and see what you find on your own. And I would highly encourage you to do that. Maybe you can find something I couldn't find, but I do think that there is definitely room to suggest that there's some funky stuff kind of happening there with that security lending volume. I can't really tell you because I don't work the backside of the market. I don't know. I don't know what it is that they're doing, but the security lending volume is definitely a part of the puzzle. It's a key integral part of the puzzle. The security lending volume might be some of the shares that people are getting forced borrowed. What I mean by that is people who don't have security lending or volume or what am I trying to say? Loan turned off on their cash accounts. If they don't have that turned off, that may be security lending volume that their broker is like lending out their shares. That may be part of it. I have no idea though. Corbin Dallas says, "What's the current rate?" And I assume that you mean what's our current interest rate. I'm just going to assume that's what you mean. Our current basis points is at 225 or 2.25. M Height says, again, I'm doing tons of help, so as many people, so I think he's saying so many people are using the loan now, pay later services, even for groceries. It's getting bad, man. I know it. You ain't got to tell me. I know what you mean. Dang it, my comment section's jumping around. I can't see what you guys are writing. Alex says we're all going on League One tour, a League One tour. We're all going on a League One tour. I don't know what that means. It's a song. It's obviously a song. I don't know what it is. Just posted Point Break Thor said just posted a screenshot of market movements before and after midterms for the past 40 years. It's on TA and Casey's Discord. I'll go take a look at that here in just a minute. Hold on a second. I want to do something real quick here. I want to finish reading some of the stuff that's being written here, and then Z Wade says you want proof that it's all doomed. Leading up to the '08 crash, when janitors were being sold mansions, 5-1 ARM and 10-1 ARM loans were king. I heard those are starting to come back around. They don't learn, and I agree, man. Roadster guy, good morning. Good morning, Massalorian. Checking my DMs. Mass has got a picture here. I'm gonna share this with everybody. Mass. Hold on a second. Mass says this is for any Casey Shaw haters. I I don't think I've smoked a couple stogies in my lifetime, not too many. I used to have a boss that I worked for. He had these amazing. He smoked them on a nightly basis. These amazing rum dipped stogies. I can't for the life of me remember who they were made by or anything, but they smelled delicious. They taste delicious. He had the best stogies ever. Kind of small. They weren't real fatties, and those are probably the only stogie I would ever consider smoking. That's pretty funny though. Justin says, why would Powell care about a rate hike when he knows the market will crash anyways? Why not just keep it low to kick the can until after November elections? Mike is saying, Casey, why would a company announce a good catalyst on a day when CPI data could go sky high? Why not wait a few days? Well, if they're inverse to if it's I think I see what it is you're saying there, Micah. But if they're commodity like gold, and you know that CPI data is going to end up being more than likely higher than expected, that would help your price to rise a little bit, wouldn't it? Right? If the market starts moving down, you announce gold on the same day that the market's moving down. As a commodity, you're going to start going up. My wife just said 50. I don't know what the 50's for, but oh, she voted for 50. That's what it is. I think she just voted for 50. She's one of the 4%. She's going against the grain. Good morning, hun. Have a safe drive home. Oh, she might be right around the corner. All right, I know what I wanted to do. And I'm gonna wait 2 more minutes because Danny's got a good point. If I wait 2 minutes, we might see that the 100 basis points moves up 2%. So I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait 2 more minutes here. Then I'm gonna refresh that website and see if we get 38% for that 100 basis points. Hey, Mass, take care, man. Are you on? Are you on tonight with Tony? I know you're out, but if you wouldn't, I don't know if you're not gone yet, let me know. I'd love to show up. Not like, I mean, physically, I could show up. All right, well, I'll try to be there. I'll try to be there and listen in. One more minute. One more minute. I'm going to refresh this bad boy over here. See if it. I can't believe this. I really can't believe that it jumped up 6% in an hour. It went from 30 to 36. Like I feel like I need to update the channel to say 36. Thanks, Mass. Hey, drive safe out there, man. Be careful, and I'll see you tonight. Should I do it? I feel like I'm gonna edit. I'm gonna edit it. I'm gonna put it up to. I'm gonna change it to 36. Throughout the day, I'm just gonna keep on changing that number as the percentage changes. We started out at 6 o'clock in the morning at 30%, and then by the end of the day, we'll see where that percentage changes to. That should be fun. I'll tell you why. So somebody asked the question about like why would Powell care about rate hikes? Like I think legitimately that they're if they show in well I about said if they show incompetency in dealing with the market, they could be in big trouble. But I think they've already done that. so, so I really don't I don't know. Fiddy's here. Fiddy, happy hump day. Oh, wait, drinky drink day. She walked in the door. Well, my wife's off work now. She's got time off. Wait, you don't work this weekend, right? Yeah, she's got 4 days off now. It's party time. He hasn't been out either. Yeah, he was a stinker. So Bruno hasn't been outside. Oh, wait, it's 7:22. I forgot to update. Hold on a second. I got to update that website. 36% chance. Let's see what it updates to. Let's see if it changes. Oh, it's down to 34 now. It's down to 34. I got to update. I got to update. It's moving around. It is changing constantly. 34% chance. And I got to change the title. So apparently maybe every hour on the hour I'll check it and I'll keep changing the title. As long as it's 30%, the statement of it doubling and for the last day is a correct statement though. Janet, good morning. So my dog, he's old. He's like He's slightly older than me. I'm 46. In dog years, he's slightly older than me. Maggie, good morning to you. And so he's getting to this point now to where like he always would. We have a two-story house. He would always go upstairs with us when we go to sleep, or he'd go downstairs when we came downstairs. Like never failed. Like he always had to be where we were at when we were moving around the house, right? And recently, like within the last couple few months here, he's gotten to this like old man stage, right? Where it's like when we wake up and we get up in the mornings, he kind of like takes his time, like, I'll get up when I'm ready. And it's just kind of like I've never seen him like that before, because normally it's like as soon as we get up, he's already stretching to get out of the room and head down with us. So now I get up, I open up the door, I walk downstairs and do make my coffee and do all kinds of things, and he's still not walking downstairs. Sometimes he doesn't even show up until my wife gets home. This morning, for some reason or another, he's like, I sat down to start the live stream, and as soon as I did, he comes over and starts nudging me with his nose, and I'm like, no, no, you had your chance. You could have come down when I came down. Trying to get him out of this habit because he's starting to get to this point to where he's just kind of like he's dictating when things are going to happen. 100 basis points is winning right now. 52%. No, Danny, it's all the time. It has nothing to do with AMC. It's like even on the weekends, same thing. Even on the weekends. It's just he's just kind of like and it's going upstairs too. It's not just downstairs, it's upstairs. Like we'll be like, "Okay, we're going to bed, Bruno." And then we'll be like heading up the stairs. You coming? He'll pick his head up and look at us for a second and then just lay his head back down like, "Nope. I'll see you guys in an hour." And so we'll go upstairs and we'll close our door, and our door's kind of it's just slightly off, just enough to where even if we shut the door, he can nudge it with his nose a little bit and it'll pop open. So he'll come up like an hour later and like just nudge the door open and walk in, and it's just I don't know, it's annoying. It's really annoying. Corbin Dallas says, is that also the rate for the RRP? So hiking also ups their overnight bailout. I don't think I've seen that change when the rate hikes occur. I don't think I've seen a change, Corbin. That's a good question. And I don't know if I don't. Any kind of borrowing that they do should have increased rates. It should increase it, but I don't know for sure. Market open probabilities of looking red are greatly increasing. VIX is showing everything's looking kind of moving towards a neutral position right now. Almost like it doesn't want to. The futures are not showing like any kind of like clear, decisive indicator as to like which way it's going to be heading. A week from today will be the rate hike for us. So Wednesday next week. And I'm not sure what time in the morning it is. I always forget. Yeah, you're welcome, Forrest. Not a problem. Samuel says he's tired of looking at you twerking at night. So he's tired of the twerking at night and tired of AMC in the morning. Got it. Okay. Maybe that's what it is. That's definitely got to be what it is. What is our status for AMC today? Green or red? I'm thinking red today. Personally, Yishin. I'm thinking red, and the only reason I say that is our green red percentages show there's a greater likelihood of red percent or red chance for today. The market looks like it's going to open down and I do think that we are trending with the market to an extent. And to top that off too, Yishin, SSR and SPF are aligning. On AMC, it's exactly the same. The red line's the same number. I just couldn't overlap them. But SSR and SPF trigger at 875 for AMC. And I think anytime that those align up, it usually kind of gives you like an indicator as to where the market may be heading for specifically AMC and Ape. And then for Ape, same kind of similar thing. The bottom line is SSR, and SPF starts at 493. Wait, why do I have those crossed again? Is Weeble screwing with me? What the heck is going on here? I'm getting like, I must be getting like dyslexic on my colors or something. I don't know. There we go. How did I have it set up on AMC? What the heck? Why are my colors all jacked up? What the heck is going on over here? Red is supposed to be the bottom number, not the. Who is this guy that's doing setting up my numbers over here? What the heck is going on? Hold on a second. I gotta fix this. This is gonna drive me nuts. The numbers aren't even right. Oh, I see what's going on here. Okay, it's just that the red number's in the wrong spot. It's supposed to be 843. Man, gotta check myself. I don't know what the heck's going on. It's like I'm colorblind or something. All right, so a little bit of a different statement now on AMC after checking the data here. But 875 is where SSR trips. SPF starts at 865, which is 19.5% down from our last high. Last high on AMC was at 1075. Last high for Ape was at $6.13. Z-Wade, I accidentally started on your 5th episode, which was the one where you start off with opening up your mail. And immediately I started laughing. I was like, I gotta get you on here for like writing some bits for me or something, because you're freaking cracking me up, man. I couldn't stop laughing. I thought it was hilarious. I got to go back and start from the beginning though, because I feel like I feel like everything's gonna make a lot more sense if I start from episode 1. Michael Roberts says, I thought they announced it at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, I think you might be right, Michael. And I don't even think you might be. I think you are. Corbin is saying that's got to be where their liquidity is coming from. Where RRP? Is that what you're referring to, Corbin? Because I would say that's the case. That is almost certainly the case. Francis says the security lenders, according to ISLA, are pension funds, investment funds, insurance, and sovereign wealth funds. So aren't those kind of like sovereign wealth funds? Wouldn't those kind of be like ETFs in a sense? I would think. I don't know. Some of that would probably be ETFs, not all of it. Interesting. Okay. So Francis, this it's kind of interesting you should say that. I was actually on and you know, most of you know that I've got a little bit of a thing against computer share. If you look it up, computer share actually has a security lending program. And it really kind of bothers me a little bit because they're not supposed to be a brokerage. So how you could lend securities through computer share when you're not supposed to be a brokerage doesn't make sense to me, really. But I do know that I was issued when I purchased a single share through computer share, and I got my partial share, not my full share, but a partial share. That was a red flag to me because you can't purchase partial shares, which tells me that they're managing shares that are off the books and not really registered. You can't direct register a partial share. It's impossible. It's not feasible. So if they're managing partial shares and they're loaning out said shares, how many can they claim are actual shares that they hold versus ones that they actually register? And so I have like a major problem with that. I can't figure out, are they actually lending out? Perhaps maybe that's part of the big push for why there's been a big push for people to DRS their shares. Maybe it's because they know that they can get security lending volume through computer share. And I can't. That's a huge accusation, and I don't. So I'm saying I don't know if that's the case or not. But I do know that computer share lends security. They have a security lending program. So there's something going on there, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all because I can't see it. I can't figure out what they're lending or how much of it. And that's something that I want to know. American Trader says, Casey, check yourself before you wreck yourself. I don't get it. Casey, why is it that Tony does not think this is no longer? It's a double negative, Maggie. I don't know. I haven't heard what Tony said, but I'll tell you what I don't like, Maggie. I hate it when people come in and try to like pit me against other YouTubers. It bothers me, man. It's just like, why don't you just make up your own opinion? Why do you care what I think? Make up your own decision based off of what they've said. Don't base it off of what I have to say. I absolutely despise people asking me like, well, what do you think about what who and so and so said? It's like, were you just trying to cause problems? Like, do you just want me to like argue against them, or what's the problem? Why do I need to tell you what I think, what he thinks? I don't care. I mean, I do care what he thinks. I do care what he thinks, but I don't, doesn't matter what I think. It should be more about what you care, he's saying. Maybe you should go ask him what he thinks and why he thinks that. But Donkey Kong says those people are called fire starters. It's just I don't want to be a fire starter. I'm not here to start fires. Although I have done my fair share of fire starting, so I am guilty of it. I have done it. My wife's over there saying fire. She's over there like Beavis. Yeah, fire, fire. Don't make me slap you, Beavis. Forrest says, Casey, I heard Tony was talking smack about your mama. Do you have any comment on that? Yeah, I don't even have to comment on that. My mom's gonna come over here. He lives in Austin by me. She's gonna come over here visit sometime. She gonna tell him what. I don't have to do anything. She can fend for herself. She's a tough cookie. Arthur says, Casey, what do you think about Armstrong's first words on the moon? Uh, what were his first words on the moon? Did you guys? I don't know. Maybe you guys heard the controversy of, like whether or not what he actually said versus what really came through, and whether or not he actually wrote it or somebody else did. Yeah, I don't care. I really don't care. Monty says, Casey, here's my price prediction for today: 14.28 to 17.28. Monty, thank you. You got a point yesterday, Monty. Two pennies. Oh, thank you, hon. Cheers. What are we cheersing to? Happy Hump Day. Cheers to my wife. She just made me my drinky drink. Drinky drink is back on Wednesday. Tim, good morning to you. Oh man, but Monty, you made it by 2 pennies, man. Closing price between the two yesterday was 15.03. I was like, dude, I gotta know, Monty, were you sweating it at all yesterday, or were you just like cool as a cucumber? You gotta be honest though. You gotta be honest with me. Like, did you even sweat at all, or did you even know what it was, or did you just guess and then forgot about it? I'm curious. Well, I hear you, Maggie. I understand what you're saying there. I get it. You care what it is that I think, but I'm not. I'll tell you what, though, Maggie, and I appreciate that. That's way to put me in my spot, Maggie. I'm glad that you care about what I think, but what I don't want to do, Maggie, is I don't want to. I haven't heard what Tony said. I didn't hear his exact words out of his mouth. I didn't watch his video, and I think it would be irresponsible for me to go back and just based off of your comment alone and comment on that, because I think it's just not fair. It's just not fair to both Tony or me, because I wasn't there. I didn't hear it, so I don't know. But I appreciate the fact that you care about what it is that I have to say, because I care about what it is that you have to say as well. I really do. And but I'm not going to go down those roads, though. I think they're bad roads to go down. I think it just causes division in the community. And so unless I was there to hear what it is that he said, I'm not going to comment on it because I don't know the context. I don't. I just don't know the context. Z-Wade says, since we're in a question asking mood, thoughts on electromagnetism as it relates to AMC and bonds? I don't. Z-Wade. Z-Wade, I'm going to throw one back at you. Take off your lens cap, dude, when you're doing your videos and you're doing those little like cool poses and stuff, dude. I was digging the poses. I was legit digging the poses. But then when you had the lens cap on when you were doing the pose, I was like, dude, you gotta see the lens. Come on, man. Take the lens cap off. But I love the video though, man. I really did love the video, but I was like, take that lens cap off. You gotta see those lenses. I know you probably love any good photographer always puts the lens cap back on. You don't want dust in your lens. You don't want to accidentally scratch it. Like, I get it. I totally understand why you didn't have the lens cap off, but it was distracting for me. I was like, this would be so much better. I want to see a lens. Someone told me to tell them to take big bites. That's right, MG2. That's right. Monty said that. Casey, honestly, I wasn't even paying. That's cool, Monty. That's cool. But I'm just telling you, man, you were 2 cents off. I mean, you were 2 cents away from being off. It was so close, dude. 1503, you had 1501. It was I'd have been biting my nails. David says sometimes being put on the spot allows our character to show. I agree. MB, I don't even know what that is. B&B, what's B&B? B&B. What's B&B? Bed and breakfast. What's metalocalypse? I can't say the word. I can't say the word. Don't ask. Apocalypse. It's apocalypse and metal together. Metal. I can't say it. Yeah, she tried to say it. She sounded like she had marbles in her mouth. It's, that's probably how I sounded. Casey, which you prefer, Country Time or Minute Maid powder lemonade? The questions are hilarious, guys. You guys are funny today. I'm gonna go with Country Time. It's got that extra sweetness. It's got it's got that old school. Do you guys remember back in the day in the 80s when you buy? Well, actually, you probably got it during Halloween because you probably weren't buying it, but you'd get like Tang in a package, and you could like just eat the Tang without. You could just straight up like lick your finger and like dip it down into the Tang and like eat the Tang off your finger. Those were the days, weren't they? Oh yeah, those were the days. Minute Maid has that same quality, or not Minute Maid. I mean Country Time. Mm. I used to be a briefs guy. I am definitely not. Yeah, the fun dip stuff. Michael Roberts says briefs or boxers. I used to be a briefs guy, and then my wife kind of like she got me into wearing uh, boxer briefs, and so I'm now a boxer briefs guy. The one thing I can't stand is boxers that bunch up, especially if you wear jeans, because there's nothing worse than bunched up underwear. Can't have that. Beavis and Butthead. Oh, you know what? Now that you say that, MB, uh, I feel like I remember the episode. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch the episode. You'll have to give me a chance to rewatch it and go back and see. Thanks, man. Hey, hon, B&B was Beavis and Butthead. I know. That's what I was thinking. I couldn't figure out what it was. Pork Chopper says pho or ramen. Mm. So my wife just said ramen in the background. I'll tell you what, Pork Chopper. I just recently had pho. I think for the first time in. I had it a long time, 10 years ago, one time, but I didn't really remember it. So the first time that I remember having it was more recently within this last year. The pho is really good. Pho. It's pho. Sorry, not pho. Pho. Sorry. We actually have a place called Pho King. Phoking. It's gone. Yeah, my wife's yelling at me in the background. It's not there anymore. It's called something else now, but it was kind of funny because that's the only way I ever would have known that it's called pho instead of faux. I feel like it's the same thing. I know everybody in here who's like a major pho uh, person is sitting here going like, dude, you can't say it's the same thing. It's totally different. And it's like, yeah, okay, whatever. I'm partial to my ramen, but I found a place that where I had the pho at, and it was super good. So I think it depends on where you go. Every single day, you can't go wrong with ramen. But some of the places you go and you have pho is crap. And other places you go, it's really super good. So I think it depends on where you go. Oh, I'm not getting into the gender debate, Forrest. Not getting into it. I'm going to have to check it out, MB. Steven says, Maggie, Casey, Tony, and I hold AMC, and that's all that matters. Dude. Steven's coming in with like Steven's he's like his chess game, solid. He's like his chess game, super super solid. What an answer, Steven. You get the politician's answer award of the year. This is why I could never be a politician, because I don't have quick, great answers like that. There's Tony right there. Not sure if you were trying to be funny, but I don't appreciate lies being spread. He was being funny, Tony. So you missed it, Tony. Earlier, I was being asked about what I thought about you thinking that this is a long-term hold and not necessarily a squeeze play anymore. I didn't want to comment on it, and so some people were throwing out some other questions. We're in funny time, Tony. Go back like 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes, and you'll see it's funny time. It's not. It was. Don't take it. Don't take it. Airman was being funny. Forrest was being funny. There was nothing, no harm meant by it. I promise you. I thought it was funny. Lit Alien says, Tang, the drink of apes to the moon. Oh man, Tony, so people are sending you snippets? Dude. Dude, Tony, that's crazy. See, this is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about, guys. This is the exact thing I'm talking about. Tony's getting sent snippets, so not understand the context, he comes over to find out what's going on. Is Casey talking shit about me? No, of course not, right? But Tony doesn't know because all he knows is that I got, he's getting sent a snippet about what I'm saying. I'm telling you guys, they are trying to divide this community like crazy, man. They are absolutely trying to divide it. Tony, just for the record, I declined to comment on what I thought about anything that you've had to say. So just letting you know, this is the kind of wedge. These are the kind of wedges that are being created in the community. Like, look what so and so said. And here's a little snippet of it, and then it's out of context. So yeah, like this kind of stuff has got to stop. You guys got to stop trying to pit YouTubers against YouTubers because it's not a cool thing, man. And I'm not going to be a part of it. I refuse to be a part of it. If I don't know what Tony's talking about, I don't understand the context or the I wasn't there to hear what it was that he had to say specifically. I'm not going to comment on it. It's stupid. It's absolutely stupid for me to sit there and be like, oh, I didn't hear what Tony said, but you're telling me he said this. Oh, let me comment on it. It's like, nah, I'm not going to do it. There it is, right out of Tony's mouth. Yeah, you probably know I have stated that fundamentals is one surefire way to kill a shorts. In the meantime, I will take any unknown catalyst for a short squeeze. Boom, right there. Tony believes that a short squeeze can't exist. He's ready for catalyst. I don't have to comment on it. It's right out, right out of Tony's word, right out of his mouth. Pebble says it's the Froggy. You know what? I wouldn't. Maybe it might be Pebbles. It might just be. Who knows? I don't care who it is, honestly. It's not cool though. Michael Roberts says, "What? Broken mug guy talking shit? Laugh out loud." Broken mug guy. That's the part that's making me laugh the best. Hey, by the way, Tony, I don't know if you're still listening or not, but Mass was in here a little bit ago, and he said that you guys are on tonight, and I told him I said I'll be there. So I just want to let you know I'm gonna be listening. I don't always comment, but I'll show up and just kind of I'll watch. Forrest goes by Airman on Discord, just Steven. So I sometimes this is one of the reasons why I can't, I have a hard time. I try not to know people's real names because if I accidentally see the name and I know their real name, I might accidentally blurt it out. AP's been one of those that's been caught in that before. So, but yeah, Forrest goes by Airman. All right, guys. I think it's time for me to take a break. Michael Roberts, if you knew how true that was, you wouldn't be making it as a joke. I am literally the watcher. I am literally the watcher. That's one of my favorite pastime is watching human interactions. I love I love just watching humanity. Uh, Going to a mall and just seeing how people interact in a mall. Going to a zoo, seeing how people interact at a zoo. I am a total people watcher. Yeah, it sounds creepy. I am sitting in a white van, but I love watching humanity. It is one of the most incredible things, seeing some of the most amazing things happen, seeing random strangers running into each other and being kind. I love humanity, and I love to watch it. It's really cool. Pebble says pervert. The ape in me says the ape in you says peeping tom. Nah, not really that kind, but I do love watching human interactions, especially between just random people. Like the other day, yeah, man, I wouldn't mind dropping in. I'll have to make sure my wife's okay with it. I gotta approve it with the boss. No, I don't have to, but yeah, I'll drop in maybe. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, yesterday or Sunday I went to Costco and I was gonna go pick up a sheet cake and but I didn't realize you have to order them in advance, so I had to order it. But so I didn't end up needing the cart that I had with me, right? So I'm starting to walk away, and there was this mom that was walking around with her like I want to say it was maybe like an 8-year-old kid, and the poor kid had like 6 items he was holding on to, and the mom had like 3 or 4 items she was holding on to, and she's like, "Are you sure you got it? Are you sure?" She forgot to grab a cart because they thought they were only going to come. You know how it is at Costco. You walk in, you grab one item, next thing you know, you're grabbing like 10 items, and you walk out with like a $300-$400 bill when you were only there to buy milk or something like that, right? And uh, and so I was heading out anyways because I ordered my sheet cake, and I guess it was Saturday, not Sunday. Uh, I was just I didn't need the cart. And so I was like, "Hey, do you need this cart?" And I just handed it off to her. Now that was my interaction with her, but I love seeing that in other people. I love watching other people interact and seeing somebody need a helping hand and lending that helping hand. I think that is like it's so amazing to see that kind of stuff. So, and Nana says, "Always grab a cart going to Costco." No kidding, right? You learn that after a while when you've been a Costco member. You're like, yep, you always walk in with, you never don't walk into Costco without a cart because you're always going to need it. But anyways, yeah, I handed him my cart because I felt bad for that 8-year-old kid, man. He was loaded up, but he was taking it like champ. He told his mom, he's like, yeah, mom, I got it. And I was just like, man, what a champ that kid is. Like, hey, you guys need this cart? And she's like, yeah, are you sure you don't need it? I was like, yeah, I'm out of here anyways. I can't even pick up what I wanted to get. So good morning, Dana. All right, I gotta get out of here, guys. I gotta go take this break, this 15-minute break that I'm gonna have here. I haven't even done my price prediction yet for the day. I have an idea where I'm gonna be moving or putting my price prediction at, but low volume today, guys. Very, very low volume. 15 or 10 to 30 million on AMC and 5 to 25 million on Ape. Oh, can't type today. I never can type. I don't know why I say today. It's like every day. Dude, Nana, I actually, that's so crazy you should say that. I don't ever grab a hot dog and soda ever. And Saturday, as I was walking out after I handed off that cart, I went and got a hot dog and soda. never, never do that, but I did that day. The Apes and Me salutes and the Apes You says, people are fascinating. Love people watching on public transport. Dude, I do. I love watching. I think it's amazing. I think people are amazing. It doesn't matter, even in the dark times. Because I just gave you an example of like seeing positive interactions between people. I like seeing the dark interactions too because it tells me that there's room for improvement, and it kind of teaches me, like, how do I be a different person? How do I look at people who are around me and see that they may be struggling or having something that's happening in their life that I need to respect, that I don't know about. Maybe they're struggling with something, right? Maybe I was there to see what happened before that person came in there and started yelling at the person. Maybe they're having a bad day. I don't know, whatever it may be. But I love people watching, both positive and negative. Teaches you to respect humanity, those around you. Alrighty, guys, I'm out. I will see you guys at 8:15 for price predictions.
Love Upbeat? Why not upgrade to Premium for just $6.99 a month? Get unlimited downloads, access premium tracks, whitelist your YouTube channel, and boost your creativity with Upbeat Premium.
All right, guys, I'm back. A little late there. Sorry about that, but I'm trying to figure out right now what I'm gonna pick for a price prediction for the day today. And let me just do some quick math here. All right, I'm gonna go 1368. This is a really odd number for me. I don't usually do this, but I'm gonna go 1368 to 1668. Did anybody see Keto? Did Keto put in his numbers? Let me see here. I'm gonna go back to the chat here. Let's see here. Let me go back and see if Keto wrote something in. I may have missed it. Tony put in a comment saying video going out this morning clearing up the misinformation on OCC and 35T pension plans. Keep an eye out for it. Where's Keto? Let me get Keto's numbers. I'm sure he's put something in by now. He's usually really good about it. Huh. I don't see any numbers from Keto. Oh wait, nope, that was Monty. I see Monty's numbers. There he is. there's Keto. Keto's going 1378. He's right real close to my numbers. 1378 to 1678. I got Monty in at 1428 to 1728, and I'm waiting on Eric. I have not seen Eric's numbers yet. He usually puts them in like right at market open, which is just fine because that's within the time frame that I like to see him by. Sammy says he did. I didn't see him. Oh, there they are. They were there. It was at 720. Yeah, I didn't see it before then though. Porter, good morning to you. Dana, you are being extra commenting today. I feel like I haven't seen this many comments out of you in a single day here in a while. Myself said something about blocking them earlier. I sent a few messages to Casey as well. I'm not sure where you sent them to me myself. Let me just check something real quick here. They could be on, no, I don't see anything on Discord. Let me check Twitter. I mean, there's times where I'm kind of lacking on some of my responses on Twitter and Discord. I don't see anything on Twitter. I don't see any direct messages on Discord. So if you did send me something myself, oh, you said Discord. If you send me a direct message on Discord, let me just check real quick here because I don't have any direct messages from you. So let me go to my direct messages and see what you said. This is so weird. Okay, so I see messages here, but I don't remember seeing these. Yep, I just saw the message you just sent me, 123. I never, for some reason or another, it never showed me that I had a message from you on 2 days ago on September 12th. Also, oh, I know why I didn't see your messages. I know now. So, I don't really want to state why I didn't see your messages because if I do, then I'm going to suddenly get hit up with messages. There was something that I did with your account. I didn't block you or anything, but I stopped notifications because they were rolling in quite often. And so I'm not getting notifications That's why I didn't see them. Let me fix that. But let me just tell you too that since I mean everybody's gonna know now, but whenever I hear those notifications, they come through so everybody hears them. So just kind of be careful there with sending messages like frequently. It'd be better to send them to me like via Twitter if possible. I guess that's probably the best way to put it. Sammy's gonna go 1060. Oh, hold on, I gotta scroll up here. In the beginning, there were hedge bastards, and they said, "Let there be corruption in the market," and so Fugazi was born. But behold, the savior, AMC Ape. Son of a gun, where? Ape was born to fulfill the prophecy. Sometimes I can't scroll and it like jumps around on me. No, I didn't block you. I just silenced you. I didn't want the notifications to pop up every time you were sending a message on the channel. Because I think there was a day that you were sending like tons of notifications. It might have been like I don't remember what day it was, but there was a day where you're sending like a couple different notifications. It might have been the 12th. I don't know what day it was. Oh no, it might have been September 7th. You were sending like tons of notifications, and they kept coming through on the channel, so I turned it down, or I muted it. Silencing is even worse. I can't do much about it. You know, it's like one of those things. I have every single Discord that I'm on silenced. And the reason for that is that they all show up, they all pop up on the live stream if I don't. And I get tons of Discord messages. So if I don't silence everything, then I kind of get in this situation to where they all just keep constantly popping up. Let me go back and see what you actually did say, though. Hold on a second. Yeah, I know Oland. The problem is that if the dings keep showing up and if I keep getting spammed through Discord and the dings keep coming up on here, it's kind of annoying. Son of a gun, guys. We're past start time here. All right, I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and then. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
Looking out at the road rushing under my wheel.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. I can't. I'll never get enough of that. Oh man. All right. let's check the numbers. So I started out the morning. Sunday. Let me start with the beginning here. The title for the day today is in one day the likelihood of a 1% rate hike doubled to 34% chance. So on Sunday, the 50% rate hike, and you guys can see there's a poll here for what you guys are looking for. There was a really strong infinity last week of a 50% basis points rate hike. That increased by Sunday to no chance at a 50-point basis hike to a 16% chance of a 100 basis points to 84% chance of a 75% basis points. Then I refreshed it. I think it was yesterday or the day before, and it was it was this morning. I refreshed it this morning, and it was a 30% chance. An hour into the live stream, I refreshed it, and it was 36%. Let's refresh it right now. There is currently a 32% chance. I'm going to have to keep modifying this. So I'm going to have to keep modifying this throughout the day. There's still, as long as it's over 30%, it's still a doubling, or 32%, it's still a doubling. There's now a 32% chance of a 100 basis point rate hike. So I'm going to save that now. So it's now a 32%, because it was 16. It was 16% yesterday. Going into today after the refresh, we're now at a 32% chance. So that's a doubling of a 1% rate hike or 100 basis points. So these numbers are kind of odd. It's constantly adjusting and changing. There's a lot of mystery, but I'm gonna say this. It's Drinky Drink Wednesday. I gotta pee. So I'll be right back. Thought that's what was who thought that was going to be my this is the one thing that I've got to say. And before anybody asks, I did wash my hands, and the only reason I washed my hands was because you guys, I knew you'd ask. That's the only reason. That's the only reason why. It is Drink You Drink Wednesday, guys. Cheers to you guys. We're halfway through the week. Happy Hump Day. MC Prosperity said, I think he drank about 13 Dr. Peppers. It's only one Dr. Pepper, but a lot of rum. Grandpa Barney's here. Good morning, Grandpa Barney. Oh, son of a gun. I'm getting buffered. Give me 1 second, guys. Let's see. There's maybe one possibility on why I'm getting buffered. Let's see. I tried to fix it. Whether or not that's going to get fixed or not, I have no idea. Scrappy Childhood says, I have reversed type 2 diabetes 3 times so far. Not sure what that means exactly, but that doesn't sound good. Hold on a second. I got to fix this blanket behind me. I got this cooling blanket that's supposed to cool me down. It doesn't always work. Sometimes it falls down and makes me hot. Cooling blankets don't work when they get clumped up. You're getting buffered because you silenced poor myself. I didn't silence him. Well, I mean, I did silence him, but I mean, I didn't like try to ignore him. It was inadvertent. Like, I unsilenced him already, so he could write a message right now and it'd probably show up. You'd probably hear bing. He could test it out. Manopause. Oh, come on, James. It's not manopause. It's not. Maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe it is manopause. I don't know. Does it matter? Hey, can you guys tell me what's up with the pillow guy? I don't know what's going on with that. I don't understand the whole deal with the pillow guy and getting his phone seized. Was he part of like the was he part of the Trump campaign or something like that? And he's getting his phone seized or something. I don't understand. I really don't understand what's going on there, and I'm hoping maybe you guys can clear that up for me. I haven't done any research into it. Andropause. FBI went after him for supporting Trump. Okay. The American Trader says smuggling pillows to Ukraine. That sounds evil and nefarious for sure. They don't need pillows. Salty Dog says my pillow guy was surrounded at a restaurant and the FBI took his phone and told him not to tell anyone. Weird. Myself says, can someone please tell me what being on the lam is? Silence of the Lamb. I would assume that has something to do with Silence of the Lamb. Myself, it's a movie with... Why can't I think of that guy's name? Anthony Hopkins? Is it Anthony Hopkins? I feel like it's Anthony Hopkins. And dude, like he plays a serial, not like the kind you eat, serial killer. And man, he played like probably one of the best roles ever when it comes to serial killers that kill people to eat breakfast. Because he was over there sitting there going, flava beans. You gotta love that guy. He played a really good role. Jack Wolf, congratulations on your purchase. Oh, being on the lam means running away from somebody. I don't know. I figure it was Silence of the Lambs. Because he got silenced, Oh, yeah. Let's not forget Jodie Foster. Jodie Foster was the FBI agent, I think, that was working in that one. Salty Dog says the FBI is now enforcement arm of the DNC. If my pillow guy was not uncovering the truth, they would leave him alone. Arthur says I never watched that movie because of the title, and then I watched it and I was like, damn, that was a good movie. It means you're running from the law. Angelina Jolie dad, yo. What? What happened? Did he pass away? We got 10 minutes more here, guys, before we go through the numbers. I feel like we're just so the market is the VIX is running dead nuts even. SPY is up 0.33. The VIX just went negative. I see that some of our ETFs, like our strongest or most heavily loaded ETF for AMC is VTI. It's up 0.25. IWD is up 0.27. Tesla, we'll run through the numbers here in 10 minutes, but those are all green as of right now. Most Tesla and Amazon are up, but some of the cryptocurrencies are up as well. Everything else is red. Fook. I love my moderators, and you know what I love about them? They're real people. And whether or not they're conspiracy theorists or not doesn't really matter to me, because what matters is that they're real. They're real people that have been listening for a long time and that they believe in what it is that we're involved in here. So I don't really care whether they're conspiracy theorists or not. I'm a little bit of a conspiracy theorist as myself. And there's a reason why there's quote unquote conspiracy theories. And the reason for that is that there's some truth behind some of those conspiracy theories. And you got to keep you really do have to kind of keep an eye on what's happening, because not everything is necessarily a conspiracy. A lot of people are calling this play, Fook, a conspiracy theory. The idea that this entire play is filled with massive amounts of synthetic shares that are being traded is quote unquote a conspiracy theory. There's got to be a little bit of a conspiracy theorist in you to be able to see what it is that's going on here. So I love real people, and I'm going to continue to support the people that are part of this, because they're 100% a part of what it is that's happening. Salty Dog says, all my conspiracy theories came true. Can I borrow some of yours? Absolutely, Salty Dog. You can borrow my conspiracy theories anytime you want. Because especially if all of yours came true. Fook, what you're going to have to realize is that there's people who have differing opinions of you, and that's fine. Let me ask you a question, Fook. Do you believe that AMC is heavily shorted, and are you an AMC owner? Because the answer to your question is if you believe in those things, then you're involved with people who are in this chat room. People who believe in things that are different than what you believe in. And what you got to remember is that you're involved with those people, and you may not see eye to eye with them on everything, which is okay. It's completely okay to not see eye to eye on everything. But you're involved with these people as owners of AMC. And that's the important part. That's really the key thing that's going on right here. And what's kind of happening in our community right now is that there's going to be a period of time coming up here really shortly, where there's divisions that are trying to be created within the community that have to do with what people believe in. So you're going to have to choose to disagree and move on from that, but not necessarily attack people. You don't need to attack them, because just because you have disagreements in other things besides AMC, we're here for AMC. This is an AMC channel, so try to keep it to that, because that's really the key part, right? Like, you may not agree with them, and that's fine, but you don't have to attack them, because they truly and honestly are a part of this for the same reasons that you are. American Trader says, I believe I can fly. American Trader says you should create a conspiracy. I think I have something. It's called Tinfoil Hat. American Trader, there's a part on my Discord called Tinfoil Hat. Hats, to be specific. That's your conspiracy theory channel. But I guarantee you guys, that within the next month or so, there's going to be attempts to try and create division within AMC holders through politics. You just wait. That's going to be the next attack on us, to try and divide us based off of politics. And you're going to see that there's going to be a lot of people talking politics, and not everybody's going to agree with everybody, and you're going to have to come to a decision. You're going to have a point that you're going to have to decide upon. Are you going to continue to hold your position because of what, your disagreements or agreements with people who are within what it is that you're here for? Or are you going to choose to separate those two subject matters and say, no, I still believe what it is that I'm involved in here, and regardless of whether or not those people believe the same thing as me, is we agree on one specific thing, and that there's market manipulation happening on AMC and within our market as a whole, that we want change. You're going to have to come to that realization that you agree with something that somebody inherently doesn't agree with you on other matters. You agree on one thing, but not others. And it's okay. It's okay to have those disagreements. But you're going to have to come to that realization. And if you don't come to that realization, then you're going to start to fall for the shorting position of, we're going to divide you. That's what's going to happen. They're going to try and divide us through politics. King says, save Billy. That's right. Dude, you can't say save Billy, King, and not say and Michael. You got to say and Michael. Funky Pizza Records says, I was waiting some chicken with Casey Masterpiece last night, and I was reminded of you, Casey, and how much I love you and barbecue sauce, but not together, no FOMO. Funky Pizza Records, I'm gonna throw you out. We got 3 minutes here before I do numbers. I'm gonna throw you out something here that's gonna change your life. It's gonna change your life, and it's completely not related to AMC. Go out to your supermarket. Find Jiffy boxes of pizza dough. Follow the instructions on making the pizza dough. Make, 2 boxes should be enough to make you a full pizza. Make yourself a pizza dough. Throw Casey Masterpiece on it. If you have a Costco membership, go out and buy yourself some Costco chicken. If you don't, cook up some chicken. Boil some chicken, cook it up, throw it on your pizza. Throw some pizza blend cheese over the top of that. Once you put the chicken down and then you have the cheese, throw the cheese down on there. Make sure you leave a little bit of an edge around the side so that your cheese overlaps your sauce, so that your toppings don't just all slide off. and cook yourself up one of the best pizzas you've ever had in your entire life with that Casey masterpiece to the chicken, the cheese. Add whatever toppings you want to it. It is going to be one of the best pizzas you've ever had in your life, and you're gonna come back and be like, dude, what the hell? How have I missed out on this my entire life? I promise you. Jiffy pizza dough. It comes in a box. It's super cheap. Sammy boy, I know you're not a fan of chicken because you just said so. Trust me on this. I'm not a fan of chicken on pizza either. I'm really not. I don't do chicken and pizza. KC barbecue sauce and chicken and cheese and whatever other topping you want to throw on there that floats your boat, you can't go wrong. Jack Wolf just said add red onion. Perfect example of an addition of an item that you might like that would kind of flavor it up a little bit, right? Perfect addition of red onion. That's great. It's a perfect idea. Dan has a birthday today. Hold on a second. Hold on. It's my 50th birthday. Hold on a second. Dan Spencer, I'm writing you down, buddy. I'm going to toast to you at the end of the day. Dan Spencer. I'm going to toast to you at the end of the day today. Z Wade said, "Oh, Casey, that recipe. Say it slow, Daddy." Casey, Jiffy box pizza dough. Casey masterpiece sauce, chicken, red onion, whatever topping you want besides that, and then pizza blend of cheese right over the top of it. Buffalo chicken pizza. Use that if you want to. Buffalo chicken, throw it on there. That works too. But don't forget that Casey's Masterpiece barbecue sauce. If you forget the Casey's Masterpiece barbecue sauce, you are missing out. I promise you. Use any other barbecue sauce you want and you've made a mistake. Use Casey's Masterpiece. Alrighty, guys. It's 9:01. It's time to get on the numbers. Einstein's over here like, dude, come on. Dab Ape's over here saying shredded pork. Shredded pork in Casey's Masterpiece might actually kind of work. I've never tried that before, but you could try it. It might work for you. Let me log into my broker real quick here, guys, and we'll take a look at our numbers. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It could help you to... oh, I just got an appointment reminder. It may, sorry, it may keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. So consider signing up for two-factor authentication. It's a good thing. Doesn't like Martha Stewart say something like that? It's a good thing. I don't know. Let me move a couple screens around and I will take you guys over to the other page. Give me 1 second. Remember when you can't see the big tramp, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those thoughts until after, until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Give me 1 second while I move a couple screens around. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. I think you guys are going to like what you're going to see here in just a second. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. Starting with price prediction tally points, guys, do remember that this is just 4 individual apes trying to come up with price predictions of AMC plus ape to just kind of keep a sharp eye on what's going on with price. And it's not financial advice by any means whatsoever. I've got 1368 to 1668 for combined price of AMC and Ape. Eric's got. Oh, wait, hold on a second. I gotta look it up. Eric had. He sent me his numbers and I forgot to write them down. 13 to 16. Hold on a second while I write his numbers down. Keto's got 1378 to 1678. And Monty has 1428 to 1728. Everybody got a price prediction tally point for yesterday, so we're 2 for 2. Working on 3 for 3 for today. Monty missed, or he didn't miss. He made it by 2 cents. He had 1501 yesterday, and the total price of AMC and Ape was 1503. Man, he wasn't even sweating it. He wasn't sweating. He said, "Yeah, I knew what I was doing." He's so amazing. True Demon MOASS trigger indicators short exempt volume day over day was down by almost 0.75% to 133.2 thousand. Ape was trying to remember if it was up or down. I think it was up to 78.1 thousand. Utilization still at 100% for AMC. That's 151 trading days of 100% utilization. Ape is at 80.16, which was down day over day. Day-over-day price increase was actually decreases for both AMC and Ape. It was down 4.89% for AMC and down 7.17% for Ape. I kind of thought maybe Max Payne might go a little bit further down today, but it didn't. It went from 15 on Monday to 14 on Tuesday and today. So Max Payne is at 14. That's the combined price of AMC and Ape. We'll cover that here in just a minute. I'm showing right now that it's at 1460. Off exchange for the day today. At this time of the morning, I would expect to see off exchange somewhere between 44% or somewhere around 44%, and EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. For AMC, it is currently recording at 51% even, and EDGX is at 12.98 for a combined total of 63.98%. Those are definitely elevated numbers on both of those. Ape is currently showing 54.05 and 18.65 on the EDGX. That's super high on the EDGX. Very, very high amounts of data on the EDGX right there. It's kind of odd, and it makes me kind of wonder what's going on there. The combined total of the total volume going through those two off exchanges is 72.7%. Very high data for this time of the morning. Institutional ownership has not changed due to the fact that 13Fs aren't usually filed right around this time of the month. We're at 154.565 million shares, no change in the last like 2 or 3 days now. That's going to be probably the same for the next month and a half or so. Taking a look at Ortex data here on AMC. So far for the day to day, we have a recording of 210,000 shares borrowed so far for the day. That's going to increase slightly our estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.71%. Cost to borrow average is at 19.12. Shares on loan for the day-to-day decreased by 3.8 million shares to 190.72 million shares on loan. I'm estimating that about 1.3 million of that was in short interest. Taking a look at Ape. Showing 1.28 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day-to-day. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 6.11%. Cost to borrow average is at 7.84, and shares on loan for the day-to-day is down 1 million shares, which was all short interest, and is currently reporting 34.34 million shares on loan. Utilization is at 80.16. We'll take a look at the numbers here more closely in just a second. Looking at options. Highest amount of call options at a strike price of $16, which is down $2 from yesterday. There is 167 contracts new open for the day today. On puts, super low volume, but it's at the highest amount of puts. Contracts open this morning is at an $8 strike price. That is down from 10 from yesterday. but there's only 13 contracts that are opened. Expect that to change by the end of the day today. So the market's kind of indicating closing price somewhere between 8 and 16 for the combined price of AMC and Ape by the end of the day today. I would lean more towards the 14 range since that is max pain. Taking a closer look at what's going on here with AMC and Ape on the charts. There's your utilization at 151 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. On loan amount, here's your dip of 3.8 million shares from 194.56 million to 190.72. On loan average age per day is heading up as a result of that from 44.94 to 45.81. Estimated short share interest of the free float dropping from 19.94 to 19.69. Security lending volume doubling again from 10.93 million to 19.47 million. Ape's utilization dropped day over day from 81.37 to 80.16. On loan average age per day did decrease just ever so slightly from 10.37 to 10.34. And then security lending volume, actually I should put in short interest first. Estimated short share interest of the free float did decrease from 6.07 to 5.97. Security lending volume dropped slightly from 17.63 million to 13.28 million. Here is the combined price of AMC and Ape at 14.56. We were getting a little bit of a George W. action kind of going on over here. It does look like we're kind of like on a wedge pattern. We'll have to see which way this breaks out. It's hard to say. Difficult to say where it's going to go. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is the only one on the list. We don't have Ape or AMC listed on the list of the top 30 most heavily traded stocks. GME is coming in at 63% buys to 37% sales. Let me just go through the list one more time, make sure that's the case. I don't want to miss it. Okay, AMC and Ape are not listed. That could be due to low volume. 8.75 is the trigger price for SSR for the day today on AMC. Ape is at $4.78. Shares available to borrow. A whole bunch of shares returned so far this morning. It does look like they've borrowed an additional 50,000 shares since earlier. Earlier, we had a reporting of about 600,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 650,000 rather. Fees are at 17.9%. Futures right now on the market are looking up anywhere. Seems to be somewhere between 1/4% to 1/2%. The Nasdaq is up 0.53, Dow Jones is up 0.29, and the S&P 500 is up 0.41. We currently have 3,588 decliners to 3,069 advancers. And give me 1 second while I sneeze. I think it's building. Here it comes. Whew, that was strong. VIX is down 1.83%. VTI is up 0.33. IWD is up 0.28. Tesla is up 3%. Amazon is up 0.54. Cinemark is down 1.83. Doge is up 2.38. Bitcoin is up 0.66. GME is down 3.48. HYMC is down 5.67. Hood is up 0.72. NCMI is down 3.81. Ape is down 0.94. And AMC is down 3.71. Inflow versus outflow for the day so far on AMC is currently $1 million, roughly more in inflow than outflow, with 5.26 million shares having been traded so far after 43 minutes of trading. Putting us on pace for 48 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market that we would see somewhere between 10 to 30 million shares. So we're looking like we're on pace. Looking on the hourly indicator here, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.07, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 29.11, signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 34.21, which is below average. On Ape, we have $300,000 more in inflow than outflow, roughly. 1.09 million shares having been traded so far after 44 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 9.66 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested earlier in the pre-market that we would see somewhere between 5 to 25 million shares, and I also expected AMC and Ape to both have lower volume in general day over day. On the hourly, for Ape, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.89, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.9, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.51, which is below average. On an hourly Ichimoto, we have conversion line below baseline price, below conversion, and lagging line below price line. These are all bearish indicators, but we do have a bullish future showing up within the next 2 days. AMC, price is below the conversion is below base, and lagging line is below price line. And we have fallen outside of the cloud, but we do have, within the next 2 days, again, more bullish sentiment for AMC as well, starting to form. On AMC, it looks like we've got a little bit of a wedge trend forming. Which looks like it could break here soon. We have, I don't even know if it's worth drawing a box. We have the trend line pointing towards the bottom. We have falling price and falling volume, which should be a bullish break to the top. But it doesn't necessarily have to be. It's just more likely than not it'll break upwards. And then looking at Ape, Ape's just sideways trading. Ape over here just kind of going like, just going to be me today. Not really doing a whole lot. All right, I'm going to go hit the restroom again because the dam broke earlier, so this guy got to go hit the restroom again. I will be right back. Whew, much better. Let's see here. Okay, so interesting thing. I'm sitting there going to the restroom. For those of you guys who know, you know. Like, I don't know why I thought about this, but I'm sitting. Oh, look at that! It's breaking out down instead of up on AMC. Look at that. I'm sitting there going to the restroom, and you guys know what it is I'm talking about. Like, why? What is up with dudes and not being able to hit the urinal? Like, we can drive golf balls 150 to 400, 500 yards, get it in the hole within 3, 4, 5 strokes. We can score soccer balls in nets that are about as big as, that's about the same, probably scoring a soccer goal. We can sink basketballs in a hoop that's not much bigger than a basketball, but we can't seem to piss in the dang toilet. Why are we such bad shots at that as a community? I don't know, as a people. What's the deal? Never really thought about it like that before. No, I didn't have an accident, but I'm just sitting there. I was peeing. I was sitting there thinking to myself, like, how does anybody miss this? I don't know. I'm not one of those people that misses, but it just always kind of makes me wonder. You ever walk into those restrooms as a guy and you just like, you look at the floor and you go, dang, what the heck happened there? That's why I say we. Myself, you go into a restroom and it's just constantly like all the time you go into the restroom and you go like, what the heck is going on? Why are people such bad aims? Brian says I pee with my eyes closed. Well, that actually kind of answers it. Nobody's gonna drain a basketball there's some people that can drain a basketball with their eyes closed. You'll never drain a golf ball with your eyes closed. Robin Hood's gamer says marking territory. Oh man, why? Why are we doing this? Why are we marking? Who knows? I don't get it. Ironically, Hung over here says some people have a belly and can't see their junk. Hung, of all the people that could have said that, of all the people, you're the one. What the heck? Great name. Love it. Welcome to the channel. Funky Pizza Record says, I sit when I pee 100% no net every time. That's what I'm talking about, Funky Pizza. Like, you can't miss that shot, right? That you could legitimately have your eyes closed on. Oh, man. Do I dare tell my... Oh, I have a story to tell, but my son would kill me. My son would absolutely kill me. I can't tell this story. He'll never know. Kids do the darndest things when they're growing up. BioLife Hemp says, "Oh snap! You tell me I'm supposed to pee in the white bowl." Years ago, I had an ex-girlfriend that complained about me leaving the seat up. So from then on, I just left the seat down and whizzed away. Careful what you wish for. Yeah, that's. I feel you there, salty dog. I got similar stories. What? Jeff says I had a roomie 30 years ago who sleepwalked. Dude actually went to the toilet asleep, peed with the seat down, not a drop on the seat. Absolutely amazing. That that is pretty incredible. No, it was. I'm not going to tell the story because he would absolutely kill me. He would kill me if I told the story. But I mean, kids do the darndest things. Uh, when they're growing up. As a father, they do incredible things. Things that you didn't think were even possible. AP, who's listening, who has brand new twins. He's got two brand new twins. I'm sure he's seen some things that he didn't think he could ever see have happen. When you have kids, things happen that you just didn't think you'd ever see. Jordan says, my parents said I used to sleepwalk as a kid. They stopped me from peeing on my brother's head one time. Oh, man. I'll tell this story. Here's a true story. My brother was a really heavy sleeper growing up. There's 5 years difference between me and him, so there was a little bit of animosity between me and him. He's the next oldest sibling, so there's three of us, right? I'm 5 years older than my brother and 7 years older than my sister, roughly speaking. And so there's a little animosity because I had 5 years alone to myself with my mom and my dad. So when my brother came along, I was really excited about it. I was really happy to have a little brother, but then kind of things changed over time because like you don't realize what that really means as a kid. You lose some of the attention, and excuse me, we he was a real heavy sleeper. So while he was sleeping, I would do things to him to see what it would take to make him wake up. So I started out with matchbox cars about 2 or 3 inches above his head, and I'd drop them on his head. And that didn't wake him up. And so I went to 6 inches, and that didn't wake him up. And then I went to a foot, and that didn't wake him up. Uh, he would sleep in a bunk bed, and I want to say the distance between his head and the top of the next bunk bed was probably a good 3 to 3.5 feet or so, and car drops from that level didn't even wake him up. he, I think he still loves me. I think he does. I don't know. He might be confused. Yes. Uh, I might have pulled that water under the bridge. Clock's cracking up over there. I watched a little bit of Kill Tony last night. So if I get into a little bit of Kill Tony, if you guys know what Kill Tony is, you gotta go look it up. He's a comedian, and I think he's out of Austin, where I'm from. You guys actually kind of introduced me to him a little bit. Never really watched any of his stuff before. It does look like we're attempting to try and move price down here towards synthetic price failures. You can already see the synthetic price failure on Ape starting to show up on the page down below. Casey's Broken Mug says, my son used to always throw the toilet roll in the toilet every time he passed it, then would say Sasnik, daddy, meaning accident. Must have went through 20 rolls a week in our house. I am so confused by that story. Obviously because it's text message right there that I'm seeing, but when you say every time he passed by the toilet, what do you mean by that? Like here in the United States, we have a separate room for the toilet that you don't pass by the toilet constantly. So, like, did you have like a pass through? Like, I've been in a house before where there's a toilet in a room that's got doors on both sides where it passes through. Was it a pass through bathroom where like you could go through one side and then the other, and like you just go scrolling through and scrolling, walking through, and they just toss it in? Yeah, the cats always love the toilet paper. Somebody was talking about Adam Aaron earlier. Did he put out another post? Nope, no new post. We got about 30 more minutes here before we take a look at the numbers again. We do have price moving. Now we had a TD9 printed on AMC. There's a level of support that this has got to drive through at $9.21 in order to get down to newer lows. What's a Jack and Jill bathroom? Hold up, I gotta look that up, Monty. I have no idea what a Jack and Jill bathroom is. Okay. Got it. 2 bedrooms, bathroom in the middle. They share a bath. My brother and I had a Jack and Jill bathroom growing up. My wife and I had a Jack and Jill bathroom with one of the kids' bedrooms in one of the houses that we rented before we bought the current house that we're in. It is usually, it's kind of sort of unusual. I feel like it's unusual in a lot of homes to see that, but Captain Awesome is saying TD9 question mark. Where do I pull that up at? So TD sequential. The TD sequential is an indicator that identifies a turning point in the price trend of an asset or an index, essentially on any time frame. If the chart of an asset shows 9 consecutive candles above or below the closure of 4 candles prior, then it prints a TD9. So essentially what that means is that due to the 4 candles prior to this on AMC, you see it printing out a TD9 here. It usually shows you the 9 number usually means that it's going to start heading in the green direction, meaning that there should be a trend change. It's too many. Basically, what it's saying is it's too many points in a row going in one direction, and so you see a reversal. Jeff says it seems like Jack and Jill bathrooms were somewhat common a few decades back, but I don't think they've built them regularly in a really long time. Hayden says, I heard it's not JP's words, but his tone. He will stand tall and look stoic, saying, this will be painful, or raise his pointer finger and yell, this is a robbery. What? I'm so confused. I found out something interesting when I moved to Texas. Most other states that I've ever lived in, homes usually come with X amount of bedrooms to bathroom ratios. Every other state that I've ever purchased a home in, which is Oregon and Arizona, they had usually it was one bathroom less than however many bedrooms there were. So if you had a 4-bedroom house, you had 3 bathrooms. If you had a 5-bedroom house, you had 4 bathrooms. If you had a 3-bedroom house, you had 2 bathrooms, or maybe 1.5. Here in Texas, it's really kind of weird. At least in the area where I live in Austin, they have a very, very low amount of bathrooms to bedrooms. For example, the house that I live in currently has 2.5 baths to 4 bedrooms. Never seen anything quite like that. It really causes a lot of competition for bathrooms. It causes backups. I don't know what to call it. But yeah, it's kind of a weird ratio. In every home that I've lived in here, it's always like that. It's always like 2. It's instead of having 1 bathroom less, it's 2 bathrooms less. So if you've got a 5-bedroom house, you end up having like a 3.5 bathroom or a 3-bathroom house. 3 bathrooms to 5 bedrooms. It just doesn't seem to make sense. And they're not Jack and Jill pass-throughs usually either. They're usually like separate bathrooms. So you'll have you'll have 2 bathrooms, 1 master, 1. That's how our house is set up right now. We have 1 master bathroom, 1 shared bathroom between 3 bedrooms that's not linked in any way whatsoever, completely separate room from all 3 bedrooms, and then a downstairs half bath. 2.5 baths to 4 bedrooms. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I've never seen anything quite like it. It's almost like here in Texas, people just don't go to the bathroom as much or something. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Weekend Warrior says, just add an outhouse. I'll get right on that. Maybe I don't know. I don't know what it is, Jeff. But it is. It seems to be different though. Thick says in the country we just. Thick says in the country we piss outside. It works. Wallace says, I know people who shower out in the country, outside in the country. Weekend Warrior says, I build my own house in Texas, 3 bedrooms, 3.5 baths. See, that seems to be the way to go, right? Like each bedroom should have its own bathroom, and then like the common bathroom that in case you have guests over is a half bath. That makes sense to me. Weekend Warrior, that really makes a lot of sense. That's the way it should be, right? Like every bedroom should have its own bathroom, and then you should have like a half for guests. That makes sense. Take a bath in a cow pond. That sounds really gross. Yes, Jeff says in coastal areas you'll see a lot of outdoor showers, especially Hawaii Beach. I agree. A lot of coastal houses have that outside shower. Scott says pee your pants. Alrighty, Scott. All right, I'm going to check the news real quick here. I just want to see if AMC's got any trending news right now. The Street says AMC stock is another short squeeze in the works. This was posted 3 hours ago by The Street. Several indicators point to the possibility of another short squeeze set up in AMC Entertainment stock. Here's what investors need to know. And it's loading. AMC's entertainment implied volatility readings suggest that there's plenty of room for price movement in the stock. Borrow fees. The fees short sellers pay to borrow stock to bet against are close to all-time highs, indicating a lot of interest in shorting AMC. A rally in broader stock market could send shares of AMC shorting. Implied volatility is a market forecast of a security's likely price movements, usually an increase in bearish markets and decrease in bull markets. Supply and demand and time value are generally the factors that determine the calculation of implied volatility. However, IV indicates a security's market sentiment based on hold on a second. Based on its price range only, not on the underlying company's fundamentals. AMC Entertainment currently stands at 120.2. I think we had Nikki come in yesterday and say it was around 117 yesterday. That's about 16% lower than its 20-day moving average. This points out that implied volatility is trending lower but remains super high. Apple stock, for example, has an implied volatility of 25.1. Generally, option contracts with lower levels of implied volatility result in cheaper option prices. Therefore, traders look to buy options in periods when the implied volatility is lower. Also, when implied volatility is low, it indicates that the market is not expecting the stock price to move much in the short term. A spike in borrow fee rates. AMC stock has jumped nearly 20% in the last 5 trading days. We've also seen a substantial increase in borrow fee rates from the end of August to the present. Notice that during the first trading days of September, AMC borrow rates peaked several times, reaching nearly 30%, the highest levels this year so far. Rates are currently around 18%. Shorting costs are generally driven by utilization, the amounts of shares available to sell short, availability, liquidity, volatility, and other factors that may determine assets pricing anomalies. Also note that the chart above in the availability of AMC shares for borrowing in red is at much lower levels than we saw throughout July and August. AMC is still a short selling target. Finally, there is short interest. Even though when it comes to business fundamentals, AMC is in the best shape it's been since before COVID pandemic. Short sellers are still betting heavily against the stock, and considering AMC's valuations, the short selling should continue. Even though the last official data pointed out a decrease of short shares from 96.1 million to 89.1 million in August, roughly 17% of AMC's float is still being shorted. And we actually know it's higher than that right now. It's over 100 million shares. High short interest is not necessarily a positive indicator. It warns that the market's bearishness on a stock may not be warranted. However, considering retail investors' continued interest in meme stocks, shorting AMC could be risky, especially when borrowing fees are so high. And then it says a short squeeze setup ? Ever since the meme stock craze began in January 2021, short squeezes have been a big part of AMC's story. There's even listed as one of the top risks related to AMC common stock on the company's Form 10-K. AMC is a super volatile trade. Traders are looking for gaps in action to jump into cheaper option contracts. With short sellers paying higher fees to bet against AMC, they naturally become more vulnerable, especially if pressured by AMC bulls. AMC currently has a beta of 2, indicating a double correction to broad market trends. Should the downtrend in the S&P 500 reverse, this will likely drive AMC's stock to rally again, so investors should be on the lookout for another short squeeze. And then they have a disclaimer, this is not investment advice. The author may be long or more on long one or more stocks mentioned in this report. Also, the article may contain affiliate links. These partnerships do not influence editorial content. Thanks for supporting Wall Street memes. And that's the most recent news that I see that's trending. Oh, Scott said it's an Adam Sandler movie quote. Got it. Okay. Thanks for clarifying, Scott. uh, as of right now, we're still kind of trending downwards. Myself. Dang, Captain Awesome, that's kind of weird. Hey, Alien, thanks for the mosquitoes and coffee and donuts. That sounds like a regular morning for me, except for the donuts. Shimmer says AMC has to close above 955 today to keep the trend intact. Let me back out just a tad bit here just to see what it is you're talking about. Yeah, I don't like to place those kind of like it's got to stay above this in order to keep a trend going kind of thing. Um, Only because I know that since synthetic price failures are always possibilities, especially when there's low liquidity, I don't like to put like it has to keep this trend up in order for it to continue on going. They will short this down to hit, whatever it is that they need to hit to make their numbers. So I don't necessarily feel like we need to see like specific numbers to keep trends up. Rem Taco, good to see you, buddy. For free. Steven says, how are we back to 1450? That is true. We are at 1456. Um, I mean, I would say that in general, the market's kind of moving upwards. So I think we are kind of trending with the market. Since the market is moving upwards, then what I would do is I would look for uh, where's the money coming from. Rem Taco, man, I'm doing good. I'm not the boss, dude. I'm not the boss, but I'm doing good. How you doing? How you doing? Miss Tahiti, good to see you. Dr. Zena says, "Wow, considering that's from the street, that's not a bad article, really." To be honest with you, it's not. Also, I think I saw something on Reddit last night before I was going to bed on AMC. I think there's some trading signals that are popping up on uh, Ortex. Today we got a EPS Type 3 buy for AMC, and then yesterday we got a short squeeze Type 3 signal. So yesterday we got a short. Here, I'll put it up on the page. Yesterday we got a short squeeze Type 3 indicator. The recommended holding days is 2. Today we got an EPS earnings per share Type 3 buy. I think that's what that EPS is for. It says recommended holding days is 54, 54, but it's suggesting that it's a buy signal, and buy and hold. That's what it's saying. Buy and hold for 54 days. Ape, I haven't actually looked to see if Ape's got any of these. I haven't looked to even see if they've got this or not. Let's see. Yeah, no signals on Ape at all. I was just kind of curious if they had any. That's right, Remtaco. You here, buddy. Shimmer says, Casey, being that HYMC is 22% owned by AMC. Actually, isn't it more than 22%? I feel like, hold on. Well, is that, let me see. I think they did increase the amount of shares that they have. So let's see. I'm trying to remember how many shares they purchased. I feel like that's more than 20%, if I'm not mistaken, but you could be talking about out of outstanding and not the free float, and that would actually kind of make more sense. So I'll run with what it is that you've got for your numbers there. Being that HYMC is 22% owned by AMC and they just had some good results from the recent exploration, if they do find high grade silver and gold, what do you think that will do to the price of AMC? And my response to you is, Shimmer, is that it will probably have entirely to do with whether or not the market's going into recessionary periods of time, or whether or not the market's going to be improving in value. If the market's going to be improving in value, then you're going to see commodities obviously drop. If it starts to have a recessionary period of time, you're going to see it move upwards, meaning that the positive. We know that AMC bought in a $1.19. What was it, 119.3 or 4 or something like that? Basically $1.19. AMC bought in at $1.19 on HYMC. It's currently at 0.83. Anything over 1.18 or 19 rather, would end up being a net positive number that they can put on their books. So what does that do? It causes their earnings per share to rise. So, but it also depends on based on what price of HYMC was quarter over quarter. They can actually show more positive numbers or less of a loss, even if HYMC is higher in value than what it was quarter over quarter, even if it's less than the 119. So that's what I would say. But I mean, I mean, everything that it is that I see, Shimmer, tells me that the market's moving down. There's a very large group of people out there that I feel are suggesting that there's still another high or potential upswing coming on the market. I'm not in that group, and it's okay to have differing opinions. But if the market does continue to move upwards or has another bullish run, then you'll probably see commodities drop. Rem Taco says he's not. You're not in Discord. Why aren't you in Discord, Rem Taco? Come on, man. Turtle says, does a market crash cause or force margin calls finally? And my answer to you to that would be is yes. So in order to continue to hold short positions, you have to hold collateral to those short positions, and when your collateral loses value and it's not proportionate to the value that's lost on your collateral held positions, then you start getting margin calls. So my answer to that is yes. Rem Taco, I'm not sure how you can do it through Discord, but I can put up a link for you. Einstein linked me to an unusual whales tweet as of 8:24 a.m. this morning. That's about an hour and a half ago, in which says the SEC will put out a proposal for market participants to settle trades in U.S. Treasury securities on clearinghouses per Wall Street Journal. No links given. Nasir says, Casey, just a friendly reminder to everyone. If anyone receives a call from a lending agent or company, if you answer the phone, make sure you respond with a hello. Don't say yes or state your name. Welcome in, as they like to say here. Welcome in, Rem Taco. Nasir, I'm not sure if I understand what it is you're saying. Why? Let's see. If you answer the phone, make sure you. I always go hi. I don't. Who answers their phone like that? If you receive a call from a lending agent or company, if you answer the phone, make sure you respond with a hello. Do not say yes or state your name. All right. That makes sense to me. No names or no yeses. Got it. Anthony, ComputerShare sent you a check for your partial share. I believe that's what they were supposed to do. I think that's one of the few that we're actually supposed to send you. They're not supposed to hold on to partial shares, which they do. I think ComputerShare was one of the few that was supposed to send you a. Oh no, wait. No, they all were supposed to. Hold on a second. I got confused there for a second. I think they're all supposed to send you a check for your partial shares. That should be what it was supposed to happen. You should have gotten a check for your partial share. Dr. Zeno says about margin calls, they don't necessarily mean the short has to fold, as long as they can cough up more funds or collateral to meet margin, they are fine, and that's correct. I like to refer to it as like, a home loan, right? If you're on a home loan and you call up your lender and say, look, I can't make payments this month. Can I skip a month because of I lost my job or whatever it may be? And your lender says, oh yeah, we can see if we can work with you and extend out your loan time frame for a month and let you skip a month in payments. There's always negotiations that happen back doors because your lender wants to receive your money. They don't want you to go bankrupt. They want your money. They absolutely do. But you got to work with them, right? And the same thing happens on the market. The market doesn't want to have institutions fail. They want to continue to collect money off of them, and so they will do everything that it is that they can to work with them to make sure that they continue to collect money off of them. Yeah, Tom, that's what I kind of figured. Ooh, it is time for the numbers, Brian. I'm looking it up here. Looks like the it's gonna be the 21st of this month for the FOMC meeting. I think. Yeah. Let me just pull it up and see here for sure. 20. I'm gonna say it's gonna be on the 21st. There's a 2-day meeting starting on the 21st and the 22nd. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. It's 2 o'clock on the 21st. It says 2-day meeting September 20th and 21st, but I think what you're looking for is the 21st date. I'm so free 23. Take care, man. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. We'll log into my broker. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it. It can help keep somebody out of your account, as it is a extra level of added protection. Which is not working for me right now. There we go. Remember, I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing when the big tramp's not showing up on the page. So if you want me to comment specifically about something that you guys are writing, hold those thoughts until after you see the big tramp show back up. All right, starting with off exchange. I would expect somewhere between 40. I would expect something around 49% for off exchange by this time of the morning, and somewhere between 11 and 12% for the CBOE EDGX. On AMC, we are currently showing off exchange at 52.47, which is elevated, and EDGX is at 12.05, which is at the very top end there. But the combined total is between the two is 64.52% of our volume going through those two exchanges, which is high. Taking a look at Ape, that is currently same rules apply. It's currently 54.82% on the off exchange. EDGX still very high at 15.66 for a combined total of 70.48. Those numbers did drop hour over hour, but still very high data, elevated numbers through those off exchanges. AMC. An hour ago was reporting 210,000 shares having been borrowed for the day today. It is now showing a borrowing of 921,000 shares. The cost to borrow today, right now is currently at 20.9%. Shares on loan for the day today is down 3.8 million shares day over day at 190.72 million. I'm estimating about 1.3 million of that was in closed short interest. Short share interest of the free float currently is at 19.68 with that increase in borrowed amount. An hour ago, Ape was showing 1.28 million shares having been borrowed. Is now showing 4.21 million shares being borrowed. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 6.29%. Cost bar average is at 7.9. Shares on loan for the day today was at 34.34 million shares on loan, which is down a million shares day over day, all of that being in return short interest. Highest amount of call contracts was at a $16 strike price an hour ago. It's now at a $20 strike price. At 16, there was 167 contracts. There's now 335 at 20. On puts, the highest amount of volume is currently a tie between a $12 strike and a $17 strike. I'm going to go with the lower number. That is up from 8 an hour ago. At 8 an hour ago, there was 13 contracts. There's 24 at 12. Market signaling for a closing price somewhere between 12 and 20 for a combined price between AMC and Ape. And as you can see from this combined total right here, we are currently at $14.50 combined price. Do remember that max pain is at $14 for the day today. Does seem that we have a level of resistance that we're following here. I'm going to go ahead and delete this line. We do have a level of resistance that's following right here. Probably going to see something similar to this with a potential breakout, somewhere further down here. Maybe around a combined price of like 14.21-ish. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and Ape are not on the top 30 list of most heavily traded stocks, but GME is at 25th with 66% buys at 34% sales. Low volume is preventing AMC and Ape from making the top 30 list. Stonko tracker showing that trigger price for SSR for the day today is at $8.75. For AMC, it's at $4.78. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they've borrowed another 100,000. Earlier it was 650,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. Now it's 750,000. Fees are currently at 17.9%. NASDAQ is up 0.89, Dow Jones is up 0.47, and the S&P 500 is down 0.65. We currently have just slightly more decliners than advancers, with 3,391 decliners to 3,314 advancers. Market very conflicted on which way it's going to move. VIX is down 2.68, VTI is up 0.62, IWD is up 0.4, Tesla is up 3.99, Amazon is up 0.99, Cinemark is down 1.16, Doge is up 2.25, Bitcoin is up 0.64, GME is down 1.97, HYMC is down 7.99, HOOD is up 1.3, NCMI is down 4.76, Ape is down 1.98, and AMC is down 4.12. Inflow versus outflow on AMC is currently $1.3 million more in inflow than outflow, with 8.45 million shares having been traded after 100 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 32.9 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I said somewhere between 10 to 30 million shares. It looks like we're on pace for that. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.4, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 31.84, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 40.83, which is below average. On Ape, there's $200,000 more in inflow than outflow, with 1.82 million shares having been traded so far after 101 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 7.02 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 5 and 25 million. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.91, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.71, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.41, which is just about average. It's really difficult to say where this is heading on this one, but it does seem like we have this level of resistance right here on the top. That pretty much looks like sideways trading, lower volume. It's hard to say which way this is going to go. I'm still not going to draw anything for Ape, only because I think I'm too late to get to it. Jeff says, so SPY bounces, but AMC stays down. just kind of wait and see what happens. Yeah, because like Yushin said, it's not really a bounce. I wouldn't call it a. Let's see. I wouldn't call that a bounce. Not yet. I wouldn't call this a bounce. Robert Ortega, it's entirely your choice. Robert's asking back to this morning chat on ARCA versus IEX. Should we have our trades go through IEX and not ARC? I'm using Fidelity Pro Trader. Thanks. Let me get my where's my little notepad of paper? Hold on a second here. Let me see what I got written down here. I used to have a good section of notes that I took a while back. ARCX. Let me see. Did you put ARCX? Let me see what you put here. You put ARCA and ARCE, but I have ACRX. I can tell you FDLM is dark pools, XNMS is FE. I'm not even really sure why I wrote FE. XNYS is the New York Stock Exchange. IEX is a possibility. I think your big choices, I think, really is XNYS and IEX. But I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, if you trade through the XNYS, I think you're going to be limited to 100 shares at a time because if it goes direct lit market, you will have to trade. I believe, don't quote me on this, but I believe you would have to trade at least a minimum of 100 shares at a time or more. But I think IEX is the way to go. There are other places that you can go for backup information, but I'll tell you what though, quite honestly, the best place to get your information from is straight from your broker. If you have questions about that, Robert, I would contact well, in this case, it's Fidelity because you said. I would contact Fidelity and I would ask them to say where, where is it going to if I'm trading through ARCA, or another way you could look at it is you could go to no, I would do that. Hold on a second. Let me just check something real quick here. Let me type something in. So I just typed this into Google, right? Google's your friend. And it took me to Investopedia, and it says understanding the NYSE ARCA. NYSE ARCA is the world's leading ETF exchange in terms of volume and listings. As of December 2021, the exchange held a commanding 16.3% of the ETF market shares in the United States. It claimed to have 2,890 individual ETFs listed with 7.14 trillion in total assets under management. NYSE ARCA also offers the narrowest bid-ask spreads and quotes the most time at the best prices across all U.S. ECNs. And then it's got a link to where that comes from. Much like other electronic communications networks, ECN's NYSE ARCA implements a liquidity fee rebate program to improve overall market depth. For example, market makers are charged a fee to remove liquidity and provide with a rebate for adding it. Fees and rebates typically hover around 0.003 per share. Um, that doesn't look to me like a lit exchange. So, I mean, it really, obviously, I can't give you financial advice. So you have to decide how you're going to trade your shares or what exchange you're going to trade through. But if you're looking to make it to the lit exchange, it does not look like ARCA is the way to go. Myself says, what does a dead cat bounce look like? Did you look it up? It's the only way I'm going to be able to show you. I guess we'll go with this one. Another Investopedia.com to the rescue. Dead cat bounce. Says what causes a cat to bounce? Falling. What causes a cat to bounce? There comes a time in every bear market when even the most ardent bears rethink their positions. When a market finishes down for 6 weeks in a row, it may be a time when bears are clearing out their short positions to lock in some profits. Meanwhile, value investors may start to believe the bottom has been reached, so they nibble on the long side. The final player to enter the picture is the momentum investor, who looks at their indicators to find oversold readings. All these factors contribute to an awakening of buying pressure, if only for a brief time, which sends the market up. Dead cat or market reversal. As we noted earlier, after a long sustained decline, the market can either undergo a bounce, which is short-lived, or enter a new phase in its cycle, in which case the general direction of the market undergoes a sustained reversal as a result of changes in the market perceptions. The image illustrates an example of when the overall sentiment of the market changed and the dominant outlook became bullish again. How can investors determine whether a current upward movement is a dead cat bounce or a market reversal? If this could be answered correctly all the time, investors would be able to make a lot of money. The fact is there's no simple answer to spotting a market bottom. It is crucial to understand that a dead cat bounce can affect investors in very different ways depending on their investment style. So essentially what it's trying to say is like if on a micro level here, you're seeing price hitting a bottom and it starts to move up and you're like, oh, it's bullish. I made a mistake. I made a mistake and the market's going bullish, but then the bigger picture is that it ends up playing out like this. That bullish momentum actually was just a dead cat bounce and it continues to move downwards, causing investors to think that the momentum movement upwards was a false break to the top. Weekend Warrior says, "Hi Casey, what is your take on the SEC release statement about the 35 trillion to cover OCC? Is this mean a bailout for Wall Street?" I know Tony is doing a video on that this morning, and I haven't actually looked into it at all. Weekend Warrior, so I'd head over to what he's maybe saying. Tony DeNaro. And I have not looked into it at all. I've heard that it's kind of a misrepresentation as to what's occurring. I think I heard somebody say that instead of 1 billion, it's like 3 billion instead of trillions of dollars. And I also read Tony had wrote something someplace where he had said he was going to send them a request for a retraction in their story, as it was misleading. I really don't know. To be honest with you, Weekend Warrior, I haven't looked into it. Um, I wish I had a better answer for you, but I don't. No, no to the ATXG. That's just my opinion. I wouldn't trade through that. Yeah, if it's IEX, then you're okay. All you have to do, Flat Earth, is just go straight to their 13G 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 reporting, and look at their yearly reports, or you can go to their quarterlies even. You can go to their quarterlies and see how much they're over leveraged by. They are literally breaking even. If you go and you look at it, you can see that they have outstanding shares that they owe in fair market value that's equal to how much that they've earned for the year. So what they owe on fair market value wipes out every single penny that they've made. So when the point comes to where they're going to have to cover those positions, they're going to be losing a lot of money because it's not going to get it. They're not going to get it at fair market value. I can promise you that, Flat Earth. They will never, ever, ever get those positions at fair market value. They will pay much, much higher rates. And so any money that they've earned this year will not actually. I mean, it's a great way of cooking the books and making it look like they've made profit. But the actual problem is that they still owe for a fair market value of all of those positions that they still hold open. I would call it shaking in their boots when they have to go borrow $500 billion. I would call that shaking in their boots. But to be very honest, Flat Earth, that's not how Wall Street works. They don't really shake in their boots, right? Emotions aren't really kind of part of the game for them. They can't if they work off of emotion, then they're not going to be trading correctly. So you're right. They're not really shaking in their boots, but they are bleeding like a stuck pig. And a great way of expressing that is the fact that for the very first time ever in history, Citadel had to take on partners within the last year in order to keep up their revenue. They had to add partners to their company. They allowed two different partners to be a part of their company in order to keep the doors open. Never, never in the history of Citadel has that ever happened before. That's how desperate they are. Weekend Warrior says, I remember 2008 crash was around 28 trillion in derivatives. If 35 trillion this time, then we are not only in recession, but more likely we could be in a depression. I haven't really stated that before, Weekend Warrior, but I've definitely stated before that I feel like we're on in terms of where we're at in similarities to where our market's moving towards. We are looking a lot like 1927. So you want to talk about depression? That's definitely in the realm of a depression. So, yeah. The only thing that I would add to that though is that since 2008 there have been key modifications that have been made to the market to prevent the market from doing that again, a market crash similar to 2008. I think it's going to be a true testament to those rules and modifications that as to whether or not the market is going to be able to um, sustain growth and avoid a crash with those new rules in place. Oh, was it 600 million, not billion? It was 600 million. Jeff says Casey Citadel also closed their UK office, then reopened with 8 lines of credit. They wouldn't need to do this if they were financially healthy. I agree. Thorbladed, that is a loaded question, man. I don't even want to go there. I really don't know, man. I don't know what a Great Depression would look like in this era. I really don't. I would like to believe that we're going to avoid that. Um, part of me, part of me wants to say that the reason that I want a CBDC and the only reason that I want a CBDC is so that we can avoid that. Because if you don't have a CBDC where you can print more, um, quote unquote, just start printing more money, more inflation, then you end up having a Great Depression. And having a Great Depression in this era seems kind of scary. So that's in part why I think a CBDC is almost necessary. Um, but I don't know, man. I really don't know what that would look like in this era. Tom D said, "Well, Tom, to be on the fair side here of being factually correct, they do that on a yearly basis, stop people from taking out their funds. What you need to add to that statement is that they increase the amounts by which they require people to withdraw from. So in other words, like and I don't remember what the numbers were off the top of my head, but if their normal decrease every year is 500 $1,000 in increments of $500,000 per quarter, it increased to 750,000. I'm just throwing totally random numbers out, but what I'm trying to get across is that they increase the value at which people can decrease their positions within the company. Uh, I almost want to say to levels that are kind of unheard of. So just make sure that you throw that in there when you say they stop people from taking out their funds. They didn't really stop people. They just increased the value by so much that the penalties far outweigh any penalties that they've had in the past for reduction of positions. Well, Captain Awesome, I actually am going to disagree with that, and let me tell you why. I truly and honestly believe that the only way that we get paid is through the market losing value and that value coming over and being placed into our pocketbooks. So I don't think that you necessarily avoid a depression by paying us out. Hence the reason why Justin's asking what's a CBDC. It's a central bank digital currency. You got the CD wrong. It's CBDC. If I said CBCD, I made a mistake, but I think I said CBDC. So it's a central bank digital currency, which is basically like get rid of the dollar and then you just have a digital currency from now on. But I think that's kind of why I think a CBDC is kind of necessary, is because that's the only way that you kind of how you're able to pay people out without having a market failure, like catastrophic market failure. Because you got to figure like a very large portion of investors that get paid off through meme stocks in general are likely to take their money and run. So, and if that's the case, then the markets are going to just suck. Yeah, I know Cat Zone. I know there's a downside to CBDC. I'm not trying to say that there's not. But I personally would, I don't know. What do you have to choose? What's the worst of two evils? Would you rather have a Great Depression or would you rather have social credit scores? I know you got to take a pick. What do you want? I don't think I want to live through a Great Depression. I don't know. It's a tough choice, man. For me, it's a tough choice. I have a hard time thinking about living through a Great Depression versus taking social credit scores. But for me, I live a very straight and narrow life. I don't have a problem with a social credit score because I don't have a problem with it. So I'm not going to get hurt by it. There are people out there who would get hurt by it, so they wouldn't feel the same way that I would. Yeah, not a problem, Tom. You're not. I don't feel like you're misleading people, Tom. I just want to make sure you knew that there was additional information on top of that. Holy crap! How far back am I? Wait, I gotta catch up to what you guys are writing. Thorbladed says Illinois is eliminating cash bail bonds. You get booked and let go till your court date for some serious crime starting January. Why would the government do this unless they know crime will rise in poverty? I saw a video on that just the other day, and I thought that was kind of interesting. I didn't really dive into it too much, but I kind of wondered the same thing. Like, it was really kind of weird hearing about that. Thorbladed says California made a change to answering to certain calls or theft under 1,000 being a misdemeanor already. Yeah, that's kind of crazy, man. I think there's this weird kind of transformation that's happening with law enforcement to where you have people who want to have like law enforcement be less impactful because of some of the atrocities that have occurred against law enforcement and the general citizens. And then at the same time, you have a lot of people who really want there to still be law enforcement, a lot of law enforcement in presence, but there seems to be this like unbalanced kind of thing that's happening in society right now, where you got a lot of people saying like defund the police, right? And then other people are being like, no, we need more police, and And then the police are saying like, well, fine, if we're not going to be, if you're going to defund us, then we're just going to stop doing, you know, some of the job that we normally do. And that's, I think the idea behind that is as well, if you don't like what it is that you're dealing with, then we'll just stop doing our jobs in part, and you'll just have to deal with how things turn out. So then what happens is people probably start going like, oh, this is getting kind of rough. So we'll see what happens. I don't know. It's kind of it's a weird situation. Yeah, I hear you, Captain Awesome. It's tough, man. It's tough with how many words you can type in here. I'm trying to catch up to what you guys are saying here. Give me a second. I'm skipping a lot of stuff. Harry Paris says, "Why do you have to settle for both? You will have a problem with a social credit score when they start eliminating or blocking your bank account. But why would they block it? You'd have to do something. They wouldn't just block your bank account unless you did something wrong. So, I mean, Yucca Frida, good morning. Technically still. Prometheus says, I would rather live through a Great Depression. A social credit score scenario would be detrimental to everyone's way of life and what you're allowed or not allowed to do or have. Let me throw something at you though, Prometheus, and I don't know if you have kids or not. But in the Great Depression, people sold their kids to people who were more wealthy, or gave them away as a way to be able to protect the livelihood of their children. So I don't know if you have kids or not, but as a father, I can't even imagine. I cannot imagine people giving away their children to other people who are better off so that their kids could have a better life. That to me, that to me is scary. I will take a social credit score long before I give my kids up. Long before I give my kids up. Now, if you don't have kids, you don't understand, right? You can't possibly put yourself in those shoes. But the idea that you would give up your children because things are so bad that you can't afford to have them anymore, and you want them to like get a meal, that's some rough shit, man. That's some rough shit. And I don't want to be a part of that. So, yeah. I skipped down to the bottom where Yo says you can kiss that barbecue pizza goodbye. Yeah, no kidding. I just don't want to be a part of that. And I don't think people understand what a depression really, truly, and honestly means. The idea of all the comforts that you have right now. Imagine you don't have any Wi-Fi. Imagine you don't have cell phones. Imagine you don't have heating, gas, and electric, and that you're scraping by. I mean, like, and what you don't realize is that there's people in other countries who live like that currently. There's imagine 3 or 4 families living in a single house. You want to talk about China, Prometheus? We can get my mom come on here and talk about China. She's lived over there for quite a while. We can get her come over here and talk about it. They don't seem to think that it's all that terrible. Just saying. Myself, keep the picture yourself, man. That's okay. I don't need to see it. Gary's thrown out he just threw out the vaccination part. I know what you're saying, Gary. I know what you're saying. I know we're gonna start running into periods of time here where we're gonna have people making some really tough choices. Jeff says social credit score is slavery. So is giving away your children. Yeah, I do understand how detrimental Fluke is, how CBDs are or would be. What I don't think that you understand is how much we already are in a CBDC. That's what I don't think you understand. Uh, Let me ask you a question. Do you have credit cards and debit cards? Because that's CBDC. There's no difference. And so you seem to think that there's a difference because you still have dollar bills, but you're already on a CBDC and you just don't realize it. I'm not saying that I want to obey what the government wants you to do. That's not what I'm really saying. What I'm saying is if I have to choose between two different evils, which one would I rather have? Justin said, I'd go broke before I allowed a stranger to give up their children. These are the kind of things people had to deal with back in the 1920s. People don't realize how bad a depression really is. Yucca Frida says we're already in a modernized slavery system. This is what I'm trying to state. That's exactly what I'm trying to state, Yucca, is that we're already in that system. It's just that people don't understand it. They think that there's a big difference between CBDC and what it is that we're currently experiencing, and there really is no difference. You're already in the system. It's just one has better tracking than the other. You're already sitting in the system. It's just one's got a way of better tracking than the other. Go back in history and look at it, Cat Zone. Go back and read about the history on the Great Depression. Sammy Boy says at least current day slaves get Nintendo. Maybe that is part of the slavery, Sammy Boy. Maybe having Nintendo and all those other things is actually part of the slavery. Think about that. Do you guys remember Pokemon Go and how people went absolutely ape nuts over Pokemon Go and they were going? I mean, there was literally people who were getting hit by cars because they were too busy spending their time looking at their phone as they were hunting down Pokemon. Think about that for a second. The amount of data collection that occurred from people who were taking part or being a part of that game system allowed for a lot of data collection. And those are the kind of things that businesses and governments use to understand how people operate and work. So you're already in the system. You just don't choose to understand or believe that you're in the system because it feels like you're free, but you're not. Yeah, I agree with that statement, Silver Surfer. The 20s and now are two different scenarios. That's why I have a hard time understanding what a depression would look like now versus back then. Part of the problem with it is, Silver Surfers, is that right now we have, I would say that we have a much better infrastructure than we had back then, and I'm not saying it's a great infrastructure, but the infrastructure is better, so people could potentially last a longer period of time. Not everybody had their own homes back then. Karen Harkins says, during the Great Depression, my mama had to let her two little girls stay with relatives, but the baby stayed with her because she was nursing. She said that was the lowest point in her life. Arthur says, have you ever seen the movie The Network? He talks about how we just want to be left alone with our toasters and radial tires, slaves to the system. Not everybody's like you though, Prometheus. You grew up off the system, off the grid, and you're off the grid currently, but not everybody's like that. I mean, actually, you're sitting here in a chat room on YouTube. I'd say you're part of the grid. The fact that you have a YouTube account tells me that you're part of the grid. And you're also on Discord. That's part of the grid. You have a cell phone or a computer. That's part of the grid. You pay taxes. That's part of the grid. You have a job more than likely. Thick Flare says, remember when games used to be free to play? Now you're forced to have personal info and have internet to even try to play something simple. This is so true, Thick. Very, very true. It's very rare that you can find a video game that you can buy, download, and play on your phone now without having to have some kind of internet access. It really pisses me off too, because like I'll go on a plane, and I just want to play something stupid like Sudoku, right? I want to play Sudoku while I'm on a plane flight, and it's like, oh, you need internet access to play Sudoku, and it's like, what? What do I need internet access for to play Sudoku? That shouldn't be a thing. It's really kind of stupid. But Donkey Kong says Nintendo, sports, television, all part of the system to keep us preoccupied. You ever play what was that game called? Civ? Was it Civ? I can't remember what game it was, but there was a game out there that you'd play. No, I know what it was. It was SimCity. SimCity, way back in the day. What do you build to keep society happy? You build sports stadiums. You build airports, right? You make them happy by preoccupying with the ability to be able to travel and with sports. And they didn't build any kind of game interface in there because you were playing the game. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of truth to that. A whole lot of truth to it. I'm not saying I want that here, Prometheus. That is not what I'm saying. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. You're kind of skewing it a little bit. The cat zone, I don't know if there's any actual factual numbers out there. I don't know that people actually recorded the information. I don't think that you're going to find accurate documentation where people actually documented how many people were traded off to other families. But Bagger Vance is a great video or a great movie. I think it was Bagger Vance. I think that was a great. I think that was a movie where somebody was. Maybe it wasn't Bagger Vance. It was a different movie. What was that movie called? It was with Tobey Maguire, and he rode horses. I think that's the one. Go back and watch that one. I can't remember what the name of it is. It was with Tobey Maguire, and he rode horses, and he was basically given to another family so that he could be. Yeah, I was thinking Bagger Vance, but that's the wrong one. It was with Toby. Yeah, Seabiscuit. That's the one. It was Seabiscuit. And it's a great example of somebody who is basically being given to another family, another well-off family, so that they could, you know, essentially work for the family. Now, in the movie, they treated it as though it was like all hunky dory and everything, but he was essentially a slave. He was a slave. He was a child that was given to another family to be a slave. But the way the movie portrays it is that everything was all cool because they had a relationship and whatnot, and everything was all great. But it's historical, cat zone. You don't have to. You can go back and take. I am giving you an example through a movie. I'm not going to sit there and go look it up. I'm gonna tell you. You got to go look it up. But there are definitely movies out there that depict, instances of where people were given away to other families as through ownership, to where they would work for the families and essentially have a better life than where they would have been with their families. But I'm going to leave it upon you to go find that information. Myself says Star Wars. Luke was given away. It was actually what was it? Luke? No, it wasn't Luke. Luke wasn't given away. It was Anakin. Tell you what, I did it for you, Kat, because you weren't willing to do it yourself. Instead, you would just rather, hit me with words that are kind of insulting. But I pulled it up for you there. You can go read a document there on digital history on something that happened back in the 20s and 30s, and go look it up for yourself and go educate yourself so you understand what happened in our past. It was a dark, dark period. I don't think you truly fully understand what a depression really is like. You need to go back and you need to understand what a depression really, truly, and honestly is, because it is not a recession. There's a big, drastic difference between a recession and a depression, and it ain't pretty. And you need to understand what a depression looks like. Don Stevens says Grapes of Wrath, good book. Go read it. Go educate yourself and understand, because you don't know what you're talking about. Casey says, after MOASS, and if there's a depression and a family asks you to take their child, would you? Whew, man, you know I would, Arthur. my heart would bleed, man. I would be. This is why I don't want to see a depression. I would try to help as many people as I possibly could, man. I really would. I really would try to help as many people as I possibly can. And I believe, I truly, honestly believe that there are people that in this country who would do the same thing as I would. They would try to help others out as well. That's what truly, honestly, community does for each other, right? They stand up for each other. They look out for each other. And it sounds terrible, but there were people who were struggling and they couldn't afford to keep as many people as they had in their households. I don't know the answer to that, the cat zone, but what you're discrediting is that it didn't happen and people did. People did do that kind of stuff. And you're saying that it didn't happen, and that's disrespectful. It's disrespectful to the past and what it actually happens current day in other countries. It happens current day in other countries. So I don't know. Whatever. We can choose to disagree, but whatever. It happens. Time to take a look at the numbers. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it because it could help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want in your account. Added levels of protection is always a good thing. Try it out. If you don't like it, get rid of it. I'm not going to be able to continue to see what it is you guys are writing until after you see the big tramp back up on the page again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. We are getting some upwards momentum on price. Off exchange. As of an hour ago, it was 52.47 on AMC and 12.05 on the EDGX. It is currently at 52.36 and 12.56 for a grand total of 64.92%, which is about a percent higher by the end of the day than what we would normally see. So it's elevated but not extremely high. Looking at Ape, 53.89% currently. I'm going to refresh that one more time because did I hit refresh? Yeah, 53.89% and 14.97 or 79 rather, for a total of 68.68% of our volume going through those two exchanges for Ape. That's about 4.5% higher than a normal amount, so that is elevated on that one. Looking at Ortex, as of an hour ago on Ortex, it was saying that we had 921,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now a return of 1.53 million. The cost of borrow is at 20.14%, which is above it's above what I think it. Actually, no, that's really close to where we were an hour ago. 20.14% is cost of borrow, and shares on loans 190.72 million shares. That is down day over day by 3.8 million shares. 1.3 million of that I'm estimating to be in closed short interest. Short share interest of the free flow is at 19.59. That's a decrease with the borrowed change amount decreasing. On Ape, as of an hour ago, there was a total of 4.21 million shares having been borrowed. That's dropped to 2.99. That's going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 6.26. Cost of borrow is at 7.9. Shares on loans, 34.34 million shares. That is down day over day by 1 million shares in short interest. And taking a look at the options, At a $20 strike, an hour ago there was 335 contracts that were open. There's now 585 for call options, and on the puts, highest amount of volume is currently at a $12 strike. An hour, nope, that's changed. Sorry, scratch that. Reverse it. We went from $12 to $17. Highest amount of puts is at $17 with 44 contracts. That's sort of indicating a possible close between $17 and $20 on AMC1, which would be the combined price of AMC and Ape. However, I can't imagine that's going to be the case. We'll probably see some more short or some more put positions opening at a lower value here later on in the day today. As our current combined price between AMC and Ape is $14.74. As reflected by this, we were on a descending wedge pattern for most of the day this morning, going for about half of the day so far, up until about 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. We broke out, moving upwards. We did have some lowering volume, lower price, lower volume is usually bullish. Got the breakout going up. This is the combined price between AMC and Ape that you're looking at right now. $14.75. This looks a little bit like an ascending broadening wedge on AMC and Ape, which would have the price dropping back down to somewhere between $14.49 and $14.53 before potentially breaking up and seeing newer highs. We'll figure out that data if we get to that point. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and Ape are not on the list of the top 30 most heavily traded stocks according to Fidelity, but GME is still listed at 25th with 67% buys to 33% sales. Trigger price for AMC for the day today is at $8.75. Ape is at $4.78. Shares available to borrow has, did I count that? 1030. Let me see here. Pretty sure I already counted. Yeah, I counted this 100,000 here. No new shares having been borrowed in the last hour. So far for the day-to-day on Stonko Tracker, it's showing about 750,000 shares borrowed so far. Fees are at 17.9%. NASDAQ is up 0.47, Dow Jones is up 0.11, S&P 500 is up 0.22. We currently have 3,376 advancers to 3,362 decliners. It is very narrow margin between advancers and decliners, so the market's kind of mixed. We do see the markets are up right now, but the advancers versus decliners are almost even. So a lot of our big hitters, a lot of the blue chips are more than likely advancing currently, while mid caps and small caps may be kind of suffering. VIX is down 3.19, VTI is up 0.22, IWD is up 0.05, Tesla is up 3.86, Amazon is up 0.64, Cinemark is up 0.15, Doge is up 1.83, Bitcoin is down 0.01, GME is down 0.97, HYMC is up, or down rather, 7.39, Hood is up 1.15, NCMI is down 2.38, Ape is down 0.24, and AMC is down 2.01%. Inflow versus outflow on AMC is $2 million roughly more inflow than outflow, with 11 million shares having been traded after, let's see, 159 minutes trading, putting us at a pace for 26.9 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 10 to 30 million shares that I suggested in pre-market range. more buying pressure than selling pressure on the hourly interval for AMC with RSI at 43.76, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI at 45.29, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.11, which is above average. Taking a look at Ape, which is just breaking even and starting to move to the green side at up 1 penny. For the day-to-day, currently has more buying pressure, more inflow than outflow. It currently has $400,000 more in inflow. 2.62 million shares having been traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We're on pace for 6.4 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested 5 to 25 million shares. So we might actually break below the 5 million mark on Ape for the day today. On the 1 hour interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.32, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 52.94, which is just slightly above average. I don't have this on the 1 minute. So we broke out of the wedge, moving upwards. 2 minutes, 3 minutes beyond my box that I had drawn out here. We are moving upwards in price. Let's see if I can kind of get an idea for where we're moving to. On the combined price of AMC and Ape, I saw an ascending broadening wedge. Let's see how that. Let's see if that's similar to what we're seeing right now. It does appear to be an ascending broadening wedge on AMC. And on Ape, I see a very strong level of support strong level of support. Come on, draw this. Weird. But it does appear to also be a broadening ascending wedge as well on Ape. In which case, when this breaks down, it has like a 60, I think it's 62% chance of perhaps falling back down to the secondary touching point on the bottom, which could be somewhere between 516 and 520. And the break up back upwards would net result a top of $5.54 on Ape. So we're waiting to see a breakdown out of this, with that 62% chance that it falls back down to somewhere between 515 and 520-ish range, and then perhaps breaking back up to 554, which would be a little bit above. I'll actually put this blue line at 554. Alrighty, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Do I have the... Okay, yeah. Joe says HYMC is making a move. It's not trolls, man. It's just a differing of opinion. It happens. It happens, and that's okay. We don't have to agree. That's fine. I accept that. I accept that. Hopefully, other people can accept that as well. Because and ultimately, we're all here for the same reason. We all believe in what it is that we're here for, in regards to saving AMC and you know buying and holding of AMC because we want to save the company. So if I think we can agree on that, and I think that's the important thing to remember, and not necessarily the debates about politics or depressions or any of that other kind of junk. Because quite honestly, this is a different period of time, and depression now will look different than what it did in the 1920s. I don't know what it'll look like. I have no idea. No idea what it's going to look like, but it will probably look different. But yeah, you know. And I'm not even saying that depression is necessarily part of the cards. I don't necessarily believe that that's the case. That's kind of crazy, Prometheus. That's kind of crazy, man. I think so. So this is one of the topics that I never really get into too much because I hate musicals. I really, really, truly, honestly don't like musicals. In fact, I just had this conversation with my mom last night. I'm not a huge fan of musicals, and there's only two musicals that I really, truly, and honestly enjoy. And one of them, if you don't really understand what's going on in it, one of them really is about the Great Depression. I'm not going to say which one it is because I hate talking about the fact that I like it, but most people don't recognize that it's actually it's about the Great Depression, and it's it really kind of makes you appreciate what it is that we have, some of the things that we have now, and how much you appreciate those things are amazing, right? Like I think we all take for granted the fact that we grew up with moms and dads, and or maybe you didn't. I don't know. Maybe you didn't grow up with a mom and dad, but majority of us grew up with moms and dads. A lot of people didn't get to enjoy that. Their moms and dads weren't necessarily always there for them, and that's sad. To me, that's really, really sad. And so we have something that people from the 1920s didn't have, and it's great. And I want to see it continue to be like that, and I want it to be better. I don't want it to get worse. So, so the idea that things could worsen makes me sad. Yo says, can we get back to what really matters? Melvin Capital. Have you heard about him? Did you hear about Melvin Capital? I hope not, Jabibs, but you know what? I used to say that I didn't think we would ever see in our lifetime again. I said I can't even tell you how many times I've been saying through the years that I never thought we would see a pandemic ever again. I figured that communication between countries and people was too fast that it could outpace any kind of pandemic, and I thought that a pandemic would never be possible because there's no way that communication wouldn't outrun and stop a pandemic from happening. And then guess what? Pandemic. I don't know what to say. What do you like? Legitimately, pandemic. We live in a modern society, and a pandemic still happened, and that wasn't supposed to. In my opinion, it should have never happened. 1919 pandemic. 2019, 2020 pandemic. How does it happen? How is it that we have communications like we have, and yet we failed to manage a pandemic? It's crazy to me. It's absolutely crazy. It's ludicrous. Like I don't even understand how they didn't shut things down quicker. Stop people from being able to spread something like that. You watch movies like The Andromeda Strain or what was the other movie with Dustin Hoff? I think it was Dustin Hoffman. Was it? I can't think of what the name of the movie was, but that I mean, you just look at movies like that and you go, I laugh. I used to laugh. I used to laugh at movies like that because I was like, you know what? That'll never, ever, ever happen. That'll never, ever happen. And then yeah, here we were in 2020, and it happened. I was just like, what? What is happening? How does this happen? It wasn't Rain Man. Nice try, Red Taco. You guys are saying it was because it was planned. I mean, maybe that's the case. Maybe that's why it happened. I don't know. It shouldn't have though. In my opinion, I feel like we're technologically advanced to the point to where we shouldn't have any kind of possibility for any kind of outbreak. Yeah, that was the name of it. We shouldn't have a possibility for outbreak. Thank you, Tammy. I appreciate that. Oh no, it was actually the Urn that said it first. But all you guys that said it, Doug, thank you. Thank you, the American Trader. Yeah, outbreak. Rocky Caswell, that's the one. That stuff just shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen. Gorilla Gardner says it happened because of Event 201. I don't know. So now it makes me think like, if I could laugh at an outbreak ever happening again and getting something like a pandemic happening, maybe I shouldn't laugh at things like depressions, because maybe those are really possible still. And it's just been so long. It's been 100 years over, well, not quite. It hasn't even been 100 years since that happened. So maybe I shouldn't laugh. Arthur says, "Will you be playing JP's speech today?" I don't think he's. Let me look it up. I don't think he's speaking today. I thought that was tomorrow. Hold on a second. Let me look and see. Fed meeting schedule. 1 second. Let me look it up. For some reason, I thought that was tomorrow, but I might be wrong on that. Hey, did they change their calendar? I think they changed their calendar. What the heck is going on here? This is a weird calendar now. Hold up. I don't think I'm on the right calendar here. Either they changed their calendar or it's not, or something's weird about it. There we go. 14th. I don't see a speech showing up on the Fed Reserve.gov website. If he's speaking today, or he's got something that he's writing out, I will read it. I don't actually even see anything for tomorrow, which is kind of odd. Maybe it was the SEC chair that was going to have. Let me go to the SEC's website real quick here. Give me a second. Because I think maybe it was the SEC that was supposed to testify tomorrow before the House. What's today? Today's the 14th. Hmm. Well, I missed whatever it is that they were supposed to do a open meeting for the SEC. There was a fact sheet improving risk management and increasing clearing in the U.S. Treasuries. It says the event will be webcast September 14th, 2022 at 10 a.m. Eastern, so I'm already late for that. Let me look at the fact sheet real quick here, but I don't know where. I'm not seeing a link to the webcast. So let me see. Let me see if I can find something here, because I got to go to break here anyways. One second. Let me see if I can find this. Hmm. You can click on it, and it says a webcast. Hold on a second. Maybe it's because I've got this set up on. Nope, nothing there. Huh. Let me try YouTube. Hmm. I'm not finding it. That's weird. I know I had written it down somewhere that I was gonna have something to watch tomorrow, and I don't see it in my notes anywhere, and I'm not finding any links to it either. Hmm. There we go. All right, here we go. Hmm. I feel like I didn't like they didn't provide like a link, or because of the fact that it's not currently happening, that they don't have like a link that I can go back to rewatch it, almost as if it was a live live event. If you weren't there for it, then you weren't there for it. There is a fact sheet that they listed for today called Improving Risk Management and Increasing Clearing in U.S. Treasuries. For whatever reason, that may be important. It's only 2 pages long. I'll just send that over to you guys in case you want to go read it. But I'm going to go ahead and take my break. And let's see. Yes, Tom. I'm going to be a man. I'm going to admit it. It's Annie. It is for 100,000 AMC. It was Annie. That is one of the only 2 musicals that I actually appreciate. And it's because I think Annie kind of gives you like this. It gives you appreciation for what history was about. There's so much. I mean, you can just look at it from a surface point, and I don't like any of the other Annies except for the one that had Miss Flanagan as Carol Burnett. Like every other Annie stunk. Every other Annie stunk other than that one. It has to be. It has to be. It has to be Carol Burnett as Miss Flanagan or Hannigan or whatever her name was. But no, I don't like Grease. Not at all. I really don't care for Grease. But I think that the struggles, and the some of the different. But Donkey Kong's been around here for long enough to know what the 2 are. I think I've said in at least one different stream at some point what the only 2 musicals are that I'll watch. But it's Moulin Rouge is for an entirely different reason altogether. I just like how they mixed a bunch of different really current songs and put them together in a way that was something I could actually listen to. Annie, though, in particular, shows human suffering and pain that you don't really see from a surface point of view. You really have to just kind of see it. I mean, you have to really live it and know that there was something tragic happening there. The whole story doesn't seem tragic. It really doesn't. Unless you really understand what it was that they were going through. And that's the true tragedy of the whole story. She didn't have a mom or dad. she was an orphan Annie. So anyways, I'm going to take a break here, guys. Let me put up my message. I'll be back at 12:10. Tom D says, Casey, real men love Annie. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Whatever. I don't care. But Donkey Kong says I'm a hopeless romantic. Maybe. Probably. But see, the weird thing is, though, is if that were the case, then why wouldn't I like something like oh gosh, I can't think of the name of the movie. Les Mis. Why isn't Les Mis a favorite of mine? Why don't I like Les Mis? Why do I absolutely not like that story at all? And because I feel like that's kind of a romantic movie as well, in a weird kind of way, but I'm not a Les Mis fan. I don't know. There's something different about him. I don't know. Who knows? Why do you even know Les Mis? I don't. I got forced to watch that one time, and I was miserable. That's what I was. I was Les Mis. All right. I'll see you guys a little bit later.
Hey there, this is Josh from AK. I hope you're enjoying my music and it's helping to inspire your content. To get all of my tracks and more amazing music on Upbeat, click to upgrade to Premium now.
Whoa, I wasn't expecting that fast of an end to the song. All right, well, I'm back. Let's see. Roseanne, good to see you. No. Okay. So Roseanne, I'm gonna stop you right there. You are being a grandparent. There's no such thing as being a babysitter as a grandparent. You are not babysitting, you are grandparenting. Let me take you guys through the numbers. Sorry, I was looking at some information here. Let me take you guys through some numbers, and I'm going to take you guys to the other page, so I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold on to those thoughts or comments if they're specifically for me. And until you see the big tramp back up on the page, two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that you don't want there. And let's see what we got going on here. Move a couple screens over. That, and this. All right, let's see what we got going on. Off exchange. An hour ago, we had 52.36 and 12.56. The numbers are now 52.63 and 11.95 for a grand total of 64.58% of our volume going through that off exchange. So those are kind of normal numbers for this time of the day. For Ape, the values are at 57.87 and 12.68 for combined total of 70.55% going through those two off exchanges. Those are elevated numbers for sure. Taking a look at Ortex data. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 1.53 million shares having been returned so far for the day. That's now 3.98 million. That's going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.42%. Cost of borrows at 19.93. Shares on loan is at 190.72 million shares for the day to day. That is 3.8 million shares less day over day on loan, and I'm estimating about 1.3 million of that to be in short interest that was closed out day over day. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was a borrowing of 2.99 million shares. It's now 1.37 million. That's going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 6.1%. Cost of borrow 7.88. Shares on loan day over day decreased by 1 million in short interest to 34.34 million shares on loan. Current amount of call contracts with the highest amount of volume. Well, let me start with an hour ago. An hour ago it was at $20. That is still the case. An hour ago there was 585 contracts. There's now 625. And on puts, an hour ago with the highest amount of volume was at a $17 strike. It is now 18. 18 is the highest amount for volume. There's currently 52 contracts there. There's 44 at 17 an hour ago. There's now 52 at 18. Market's kind of making it look like there's going to be a closing price somewhere between 18 and 20 for the day-to-day. That's extremely high. I'm not really anticipating that high, but I will say max pain is 14, and our total value of AMC and Ape, as you can see per this screen right here, is currently at $15.16. We do appear to be on an ascending broadening channel. However, I would have anticipated a little bit of a breakdown in value from the point back here perhaps, and maybe seen the breakout down here. This has kind of gone up this channel here for quite a while. I think we're going to see the same thing on AMC and Ape as well. It still hasn't broken out going north, so I mean it still is trending inside the channel. If it breaks down in value, instead of the earlier value that I may have given between 1450 and 1453, it may only break down to perhaps say like 1474, where there seems to be a level of support there. So continue to watch that. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and Ape have not been on the top 30 list at all today. GME is currently 27th most heavily traded stock with 67% buys to 33% sales. With the low volume that's happening in AMC and Ape, we're not getting a lot of orders, enough orders to make the list. SSR trigger price for the day today is $8.75. SSR trigger for Ape is $4.78. Shares available to borrow has been only a return so far. Fees are at 17.8%. NASDAQ is up 0.83, Dow Jones is up 0.28, and S&P 500 is up 0.52. We currently have an advancing over declining market with 3,663 advancers to 3,109 decliners. We've got VIX being down 3.52%, VTI is up 0.54, IWD is up 0.35, Tesla is up 3.95, Amazon is up 1.34, Cinemark up 2.25, Doge is up 2.32, Bitcoin's up 0.19, GME is up 0.72, HYMC is down 4.8, Hood is up 2.07, NCMI is down 3.33, Ape is up 1.13, and AMC is down 0.05%. Inflow versus outflow on AMC is $2 million more roughly. It's actually more like 1.6 million. $1.6 million more in inflow than outflow, with volume currently at 14.27 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. Let's get an idea for what kind of pace we're on. We're on pace for about 24.2 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market 10 to 30 million. So we're looking like we're kind of following that pace. Taking a look at the time interval of 1 hour on Vortex indicator, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence of the value on that indicator with RSI at 50.94, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, we have another divergence showing up on that one as well with more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.7, which is just slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.53, which is above average. On Ape, there is approximately $700,000 more in inflow than outflow with 3.46 million shares having been traded. Let's take a look and see where we're at on that. What is it? What did I get? 230? Yes, 231. We're on pace for 5.85 million shares by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 5 and 25 million. So we may barely make that. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with the divergence of those numbers occurring. On the Vortex indicator, RSI at 47.21, which is just slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.62, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.55, which is right about average. Now, taking a look at the 1 minute on Ape, you can see here that we're finally breaking out of the, I say finally like it's a terrible thing, but we are breaking out of the ascending parallel channel, or ascending broadening wedge. I don't know why I said ascending parallel. Ascending broadening wedge, and I would expect price to fall perhaps to anywhere between 516 and maybe 527. And then it has a 62% chance of making it to, let's get the right numbers in here. doing? Times 61? No, 0.61. $5.54 would be the point that I think we could make it up to, which is what I still have currently set right here, 554. So I'm going to go ahead and keep the blue line there for Ape. No change made in that. Still would be the price that I think we would probably see this move back up towards. And that might be before close today. If AMC breaks out of this ascending broadening wedge, I'll do the same thing for that as well. Try to give you guys like an idea how high it could go to. It'll probably be just over $10 if I had to guess. Didn't trip my SSR like I thought we would today. I thought there was a chance we might see SSR get tripped, and so far that's not the case. Actually, before I do anything else, I want to look at Ichimoto because I'm just kind of curious. I guess this could be a potential reversal. Earlier, I think it was myself that was asking me about a dead cat bounce. This could be a dead cat bounce where the price is dropping down and it temporarily starts rising. Everybody starts going, oh, it's going back up. They start buying into it and then it continues down further. However, not really in terms of this is not a dead cat. AMC is not a dead cat, but just on a more micro level. So we did hit a bottom here on AMC and are trending back into the cloud. Be interesting to see what happens here. It's very unusual to start price to start driving through the thicker portion of a green cloud after having just dropped through. Don't see this very often. The order book I will mention is very, very odd as well. Let me see if you guys are seeing that. I'm gonna kind of zoom in on order book a little bit on Ape just because I think it's kind of very, very interesting what's going on here. There's let me make sure this is sized just right for you guys. There we go. The orders over here on the ask side are very unusual. We see this from time to time, but it's not always there like this. It'd be interesting to sit here and kind of watch this for a little bit. You can see the numbers stacking. You got 12, 13, 14, 15 numbers on the right-hand side. You have 17 and 18 and 19s on the left-hand side. Interesting numbers that are over there. $17, $18, $19s, and actually double zero would be 20s, I think. And then you've got a 21 here as well. 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21s up here are appearing. Very organized trading going on. I'd love to know Flat Earth's take on how that happens. How you have stacked orders like that show values. that occur like that stack like that in sequential order. Just curious. Yo got tricked by the Phil name over here. Phil, nice name. I think when I first came back from break, it sounded like people were saying that the Marcel did buy 100,000 worth of AMC. It's possible. Curtis says, nah, he said today, yesterday. Reverse repo's in. Reverse repo for today is 2.225 with 99 counterparties. Yesterday was 2.02 with 99 counterparties. So same amount of counterparties and it's slightly up. I don't even know if I want to answer that question, Mega Johnny. It's like, what the heck? What the heck? I don't even want to. Nah, I don't even want to touch those. Jeff says there are almost no YouTubers I trust. You always. I'm gonna say this to you, Jeff. I wouldn't even trust me. I wouldn't even trust me. And the reason that I say that is because it is your money. It's your hard-earned money. You need to make educated decisions for yourself. And I'm not saying don't not trust anybody. I'm just saying be careful where you get your information from. It doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter if it's a YouTuber. It doesn't matter if it's somebody on Twitter. It doesn't matter if it's some random Reddit post. Where you get your information from, like it matters. It really matters because it's your money. It's your hard-earned money, and you make the decisions off of the information that you're collecting from others all over the place, right? I would assume you're getting sources of information from lots of different places. So, you know, in regards to trusting people on the internet, I understand. I totally understand. And I don't even take offense to it. I don't even take offense to it. Not in the least. Okay, Captain Awesome saying that was my bad. I jumped the gun. The money is in his account. He will live stream the share buying. Okay. I don't know. I heard about it. I haven't looked into it. Vic says I get my info from Lou and Al. Great guys. I kid. That's I think it would have been more funny if you would have said, Casey, you're a close runner up. That would have gotten me. Peter says Ape Father is my best source. Curtis says, read my comment, please. Did you all see the tweet about UK institution parking 29 million put options of AMC in a shell company? I did hear about that. I haven't looked into it at all, Curtis. The one thing that I would be really, really careful about is that I know the last time that we heard one of these stories coming out of Brazil or one of those any other southern south of the border country was that there was a discrepancy in currency that caused there to be a miscalculation. And when people when they recalculated it all out, they figured out that it was far less than what was originally thought to be the case. So be really careful with that kind of stuff. I haven't looked into it myself, but what I would do is I would go in there and I would look at currency differences and see if it doesn't make more sense, some of the numbers. Just throwing that out there. I mean, I'm just talking from the past. Yeah, I hear you, Jeff, man. I know. I just wanted you to know that I don't take offense to it. I think that's really all I was just trying to say. You could say you don't even trust me, and I get it. It makes sense to me. Why should you? You don't know me. I mean, you spend a lot of time with me, but it doesn't mean you truly and honestly know me. So, I mean, I wouldn't, if you said, I don't know that I fully trust you, Casey, but I like what you say, I'd be like, yeah, I get it. Or you could even say, I don't even trust everything you say. I just think you're funny as shit. And I'd be like, yeah, that's cool too. I'll take it. At the very least, Jeff, at the very, very least, I'm giving you an opportunity to be able to see some data that you don't normally get to see 9 hours a day while the market's trading. And if I can at least give you that, like even if you ignore everything else that it is that I say, if I can give you an order book, and trust me, when it comes time, guys, I will have order book up on the page. I don't have it up on there right now. I know you don't see it on a constant basis, but it's because I couldn't really fit it up there appropriately so that you guys could see everything. But when it comes time, actually, you know what? Do you guys want to see the order book up there? Because I could do it right now. It would take me a few minutes, and you'd have to like put up with me being silent for a little bit while I fixed it. But I could get the order book back up there. I'm looking at it right now on the screen. I'm looking, it could fit on there. I don't know. It depends on what you guys want. But anyways, what I'm trying to say is that if I can provide you guys information during the squeeze that is information that you couldn't get anywhere else, it'd be my honor. It would be it would be an absolute honor for me to be able to provide you guys information that you can't find anywhere else during the squeeze. Joel says Tony Donaro put out a good video explaining the borrowing of money from the pension funds. I'm a professional says on that note though, if AMC never squeezes, would you feel any responsibility to those less wise that follow you every day and never get their money back, even if you don't tell them what to do? You know, the answer to that is truly and honestly yes. I would feel bad, but at the same time though, you have to realize that we are all individual investors here. I'm in this just like you are, and I'm simply trying to record history, and I've made that very, very obvious. So, and I feel like I have information that helps people, but if in the long run, if what you're saying is the truth, if something were like that to have happen, of course I would feel bad. But it all is upon each one of us as individual investors to decide what's right for us. And so I think in the end, that even though I would feel bad, I still inside I know that you have that responsibility. You have that responsibility to on yourself as much as it is on me. So, but yeah, dude, there's no way I don't walk out of this thing, disappointed if something were like that were to happen. Dan says I'm only here to style my beard on Casey's. Doctor says I don't even trust my own mother in this play. All right, let me fix up the book. Let me get the order book up for both AMC and Ape. Yeah, Peter, I've had that happen on many occasions where people have asked me like, could you there's a couple different things we thought about doing. Uh, we have kind of thought about that, like kind of key highlights throughout the day, like kind of all wrapping up into a short video. It's just that I put in so much time in the day, and then by the end of the day, dude, you don't even understand how tired I am. I usually go upstairs and I take like an hour or two long nap, and after this is over, and it's just I'm beat, and I just don't really have the energy after 9 hours of doing this to do something like that. So somebody said, why don't you just put bookmarks in and then label the bookmarks? So I did that, and I was spending an additional 30 minutes every single day putting the bookmarks in, labeling everything, getting it all set up and in the description. And then nobody ever even noticed that they were there. So it was like added work that nobody ever did anything with. So it was like 30 minutes of my time just kind of wasted. So I kind of gave up on it, man. I'll tell you what make. I'll tell you, professional. I'll tell you what would make me feel better. What makes me feel better at the end of this is that I didn't take money from people, right? My conscience can be clear because I didn't take anything from anybody to do what it is that I'm doing. If I had taken stuff from people, dude, the amount of pressure and weight on my shoulders would be massive. Absolutely massive. But I'm not taking anything. I'm not taking anything. I don't ask for donations. I don't advertise. It's all natural, dude. Everything is completely natural. People choose to be here. It's not because I ask them to be here or I tell them I'm going to do something if they're here or any of that bullshit. And so it's natural, man. It's natural, and people are here because they want to be here. Yeah, Kathy says you're not even bothered about us giving you a thumbs up. It's totally like I don't care. Give it a thumbs down. It doesn't matter. It's totally natural. You guys do what you want to do. It is simply I'm here recording history. I'm providing data to amazing people who are part of something I think that is truly and amazing and I like to think of this as the maiden voyage of the Mayflower. And so that's what I feel like this is like. I know there's so much crap now talked about Columbus these days in schools, and now it's not cool to talk about Columbus and crap. But I feel like we're on an adventure here, a trend-setting historical adventure, and I get to document this. Like, how cool is that? That's some cool stuff. Thick says you did take from me something from my data. I'm at 50 plus gigs as of today. What the heck, dude? Dude, are you backing these up, Thick? Are you back? If you're backing these up, Thick, I'm I'm don't even know what to say. I'm at a I'm at a loss for words. No, no, you cannot send me Shibi, anything. You may not send me anything. Oh, you're right. Maybe it wasn't the Mayflower. Oops. The Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. Sorry, my bad. I said Mayflower. Good point, Brian. Thanks for catching me on that one. Nina, Pinta, and Santa Maria. Maybe that was the three. I screwed up. I said Mayflower. That was my bad. You know what I meant. Oh, from streaming all day. All right, I get you. I got you. Wait, how many boat? It was 3 boats, right? Wasn't it 3 boats? What was I? Oh yeah, I'm gonna fix up the stream here. I was gonna put the order book on for you guys. Did I say it wrong? Is it not Santa Maria? Hold on a second. Now I gotta look it up. What are the three? Hold on a second. Let me look it up now. Nina, Pinta, and the Santa Maria. That's right. August 3rd, 1492. Yeah, that's right. I got it right. Nina, Pinta, and Santa Maria. You had me questioning it though. All right, let me fix up the page here, guys. I'm gonna destroy it for just a minute to try and put the order book in here for you guys. So let's see if I can do this. All right, here we go. Dun, dun, dun. Oh shoot, that was bad. Control Z. Shift. Shift. Dang it, I did it wrong again. There we go. There she is. There's that order book. What do you guys think of that? Is that Does that work? I think that works. I think that works. Does that work for you guys? Like on the ape side, on the right hand side of the page with the order book right there, is that cool? Does that work for you guys? If it's not cool there and it doesn't work for you, for whatever reason, let me know. I didn't even know I was writing a book. How could I write a book if I don't even read? I do. I mean, I do read, but I don't like to. Boom. Stop being a magnet. It won't let me drag it right where I want to. Get out of here. Stop with the... Oh, so annoying. Yeah, good enough. Close enough on the left-hand side. Arthur says, Casey, after this is over, will you be making a highlight reel video? No. No. No, after this is over, it's over, man. It's like I tell everybody else, you leave in silence. I gotta be mindful now, guys, that I gotta keep the price. Man, I feel like the screen's crowded now, but I don't know. If you guys are okay with it, then we'll just keep it like it is, but it does seem a little crowded to me. Yeah, I know, Peter. I get it, man. I get it. It would be really cool. See, so here's part of the problem, Peter. Back in the day, before I even considered like I would even come close to doing a YouTube stream, live stream, it got to the point where nobody was live streaming anymore. It was right around that time when the Fabulous Five, or I don't know what they like to call the original YouTubers like Trey, TMI, Matt Kors, Review Dork, and I don't know who was one of the other ones. Optimus. I don't know. Anyways, those guys when they were all doing their live streaming, um, they started coming up with this whole the DD is done thing, right? And then everybody stopped live streaming. Oh, I forgot about Andrew Mo Money. I used to watch him too. Everybody was doing these like massive long live streams, right? And then that started drying up, and I was like, man, because I used to watch them and I'd get information from them, and I'd be like, this is really cool. I love the fact that they're putting out good information, and they're live streaming. It's fun to watch. Um, I really I just kind of enjoyed what it was, the live content that they were putting out. And then when they started disappearing, I was like, dude, I need the live content. I want to see what's happening constantly. And I was like, well, I'm sitting here doing it anyways. I might as well do it. So nobody else was filling that need of doing the stream that was open during market hours. So this is the breakout of the ascending broadening wedge, guys. This is where we have a 62% chance of price falling out, heading down to a what I would say is like a kind of a scheduled drop point. Um, there's for AMC, there's really not. It's supposed to touch. It's supposed to touch the second point that it touches on the bottom side, and it's not. There's not really a good. It's really close to the beginning of this wedge here. So what I would suggest is that the price may fall to like a level of support, which could be at this 957 range, or could possibly, based off of other numbers from the past, could be around 949. So somewhere between 949 and 957, you'll probably see price fall on AMC. And then it has, like I said, it has this percentage chance of making it up to. Let's do the calculation and figure out what it can make it up to here. Well, let's see. I already did the calculation for Ape. Oops. I had said earlier, I think I gave you guys like a rough estimate about $10, but it's looking like 10.13. So somewhere around that range. And we could throw up maybe a blue line in here somewhere. Do I have any extra blue lines? We'll put one up at 10.13. So I've got AMC possibly making it up to 1013, although due to the fact time crunch between now and the end of the day, we may not see it get that high. I mean, price would have to drop to hit that level of support. Like I said, somewhere between 950 and 957. Once it gets there, then you start to see the return upwards to get to 1013. If it closes the market out before it gets to 1013, it may never complete. Same thing is happening on Ape, and I've already got $5.54 marked up there. The price point where I think it's going to find support on that one is going to be somewhere between 516 and 527. It'll fall somewhere down to 516, 527 range, somewhere in there, and then start heading back up again. Like I said, it's only a 62% chance, but that's better than guessing blindly in the dark where it's going to go. Arthur Martin saying, Casey, show that flat Earth guy the picture from yesterday that I sent you. Absolutely. Let me pull it up here real quick. And there you go. Non-believers, there's not going to be a short squeeze. Us. And yet here you are. Yeah. It's crazy, right, man? It's pretty crazy. I wasn't sure if you meant that one or there was another one that was sent to me in my DMs. Right here. Where did it go? Oh, I know where it went. Oh, it's disappeared. Huh. Can't find it. Oh, there it is. If you don't like that picture, there's always this one. Oh man, that was pretty funny. I got that one from MOASS. Sent that to me. That was pretty funny. Both of those are really good. Silver Surfer saying AMC Entertainment option alert Friday for a $10 call sweep. 26 near the ask, 14.11 at 0.561 versus 17.248 OI, earnings 11.7 after close. Flat Earth says, I don't get it. We know. We know. That's the best part. Oh man, that was best response ever. Yeah, it's not. It's actually a very intelligent meme, in my opinion. But I feel like flat Earth is like what was trying to think of the name of the movie. Hold on a second, let me look it up real quick. Why can't I even remember the name of that movie? Oh, that's it. I don't know why I couldn't think of the name of the movie. Hangover. I'm gonna screw up his name. Whoever Zach Galifianakis. Oh, I think I got his name right. Whoever Zach Galifianakis played as that character. That's Flat Earth. That's Flat Earth. Like, dude's so smart. Like, he's totally above us guys. He's way, way above us. Nobody really wants him around because we're the cool guys. But it's like, but you gotta take him with us. You know, it's like, oh man, here he is again. Hey, how's it going, Flat Earth? It's good to see you. What did you bring for us today? What kind of edibles do we have? No, come on, yo. You don't want to ban him. Come on, yo. Dude, the dude's just trying to make some money. Like, let him make some money. He's obviously got important things to do, right? Like, I mean, he obviously gets something out of being here. Let him make his money, you know? That's cool. It's just another dude trying to make some cash. I don't know. There's one thing I can't stand behind is like trying to like ruin people's jobs. I'm just not one of those people. I don't like tattling on people. Like you gotta threaten me or something like that at the workplace or hit me or something. I don't know, but I'm not gonna turn you in for saying a bad word or crap like that. Or, you know what I'm saying? Like I can't turn in Zach Galifianakis. He's funny. How do you turn in? You can't turn him in. Yo says he effing irks me, dude. You can mute him. You can mute him so you don't have to see him. Like legitimately, like you have that ability to do it yourself. Arthur says Arthur says, Casey, I'm going to hug and kiss you after MOASS, and that's a threat. All right. I'll watch out. Mental note to yourself: must have bodyguards for Ape get together. Got it. Okay. Got it down. Oh, Flat Earth, I have been around the guys at the top, and let me tell you what they don't do. They do not waste their time in channels like this talking to people. Let me just tell you. They have way better things to do with their time. Trust me. The guys at the top have way better things to do than to sit in chat rooms like this. I can't even like it's not even the idea of watching a YouTube stream is so below them. It's not even funny. Not even funny. Like you tell them, you say like, "Oh, have you seen this?" You talk to them, you say, "Have you seen this meme?" You know, and you're not kidding. They don't care about memes. Or have you seen this TikTok or have you seen this on YouTube? And they go like, "What? I don't get on there." They got too much other stuff going on. BTW Brand says, Casey, yours is the only channel left that does daily AMC watches. Where else should Troll be? I mean, this is it. This is the place to be. Arthur says, you mean Kenny don't watch us? I don't think so, man. I don't think so. Sam I am says, Flat Earth is the type of dude to get on an elevator, or get on an escalator, look back and yell, "I'm all." That's holy Zach Galifianakis. I mean, I can't imagine. That's exactly Zach Galifianakis. I'm above you guys. Some of the guys that I've met again too. Another thing too, Flat Earth, and I was telling my wife just the other night. I was telling her about, like in the future, like if I were to trade in the market, a lot of the guys that I know they're in the top, or they're out on golf courses right now, or playing tennis, or doing other things. They at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they are not making trades. They get on for about 2 or 3 hours in the morning, first thing in the morning. They make their trades. They set up their stop loss limits, and they walk away. Everything else is self automated. If you're making trades at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I guarantee you are not at the top. Guaranteed you're not at the top. They literally make all their positions between market open and 10 o'clock, and then they're done. Done for the day. Everything else is just pro bono. How do I know that? Because I used to work at a tennis club. And they would come walking in to the tennis club to play tennis when nobody else could play tennis during the day. Because those dudes, they were done working. They were done working for the day. They made their trades. They were done. Everything was set to go. They could walk away from things. Captain Awesome says, could you check out the net inflow and explain what I'm seeing? NASDAQ and NYSE spiked up hard. I've never seen anything like it. NASDAQ and NYSE spiked up hard. Yeah, sure. I wonder how. That's not going to be it. Hold on a second. Well, it's time to run through the numbers. Let me fit that into. I mean, all right. Hold on a second. Let me just pull it up here. It's time to run through the numbers, but I'll pull that up real fast for you. What did you wanted to see? NASDAQ, right? Let's see. NASDAQ. Oh, shoot. It doesn't show inflow versus outflow on it. Son of a biscuit. Why not? All right. Well, I can get it. I can get it for DIA. I'm pretty sure I can get it for SPX. Why isn't it showing up on NASDAQ? Oh, it doesn't show up on SPX. Oh, I thought it did. I can get it on DIA. I can get inflow versus outflow. There is large trades that are being made. I mean, I can't see spikes from earlier. Let me go back. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I can see it. There's no way for me to see inflow versus outflow on Webull. Let me see if I can look it up what it is that you're talking about on the side, and I'll do it after the numbers. can't even tell. I'm trying to read what it is you guys are writing here, and I'm trying to like understand what I missed. I'm just gonna do numbers. Yeah, that's what I was on. Did it massively swing towards the declining side? I mean, you can see the market starting to decline now as a whole. I mean, if you look at VIX, VIX is probably starting to move up. Yeah, it is. It was down like 3%, so it does look like it's starting to slide here. Yep, it definitely looks like it's starting to slide off here. Somebody asked me this morning, they said, "Do you think the market's going to be green today?" And I said no. I felt like a kind of a schmuck for saying it, but you know, it's how I feel. I don't think it's going to be up today, but we'll see if I end up being right. Inflow tab. Yeah, I know, but if I pull it up, hold on a second. Let me try this again. So it doesn't. Let me try it. Let me try order flow. Order flow. Yeah, it says no data. It doesn't show me any data at all for order flow. No order flow data for it on Webull for me. I'll look at the numbers, guys, and get to it here in just a minute, and then maybe I can pull it up on the side. All right, let me. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other screen. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it. It'll help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. And if you have specific comments for me, hold those comments until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. Otherwise, I will not see what it is you're writing. And this one. Alrighty, off exchange. An hour ago on AMC, it was 52.63 and 11.95. The new numbers now are currently at, what do we got? 53.65 and 11.47 for a grand total of 65.12, which is 1.1% higher than an average day for us. So it's kind of normal. Ape was 57.87 an hour ago and 12.68 on the EDGX. Now it's 58.57 and 11.94 for a grand total 70.51, which is elevated by like 6%, 6.5%. Ortex data on AMC an hour ago was showing a return of 3.98 million shares for the day today. That has changed to 4.23. Small increase in return shares there. It's going to show up as 19.42% of the total short interest of the free float that's being shorted. Cost to borrow averages at 19.84%. Shares on loan for the day today is at 190.72 million, which is day over day a decrease of 3.8 million shares. 1.3 million of that I'm estimating to be in short interest. Seems to me like Ortex just basically takes a third of whatever the shares on loan are as returned as being short interest. It just seems to be the formula. That's what it ends up being usually. Anyways, looking at Ape. An hour ago, there was 1.37 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.46. A small increase there. An on-loan amount is going to increase the short share interest of the free float slightly to 6.11. Cost of our average at 7.84. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is 34.34 million shares. That decreased day over day by 1 million in short interest shares that were returned. And options. Let's see what we got going on here. Ooh, 13. Okay, so this might be why you saw what you were seeing. $13 strike price for calls. It was 20 an hour ago. It is now 13. There's a massive purchase of call volume because there were 625 contracts at 13 for calls an hour ago. The amount now is 659, but the amount of calls at 13 is 1,001. So somebody's buying $13 contracts. For puts, the highest amount of volume is currently at a $18 strike. An hour ago, at 18, there was 52 contracts. There's still only 52 contracts, so not a whole lot of put volume being generated for the day-to-day. We have an inverse. We have mostly in the money puts that are being purchased and not in the money puts. Hardly any in the money puts being purchased. They're almost all primarily in the money, not out of the money. Combined price of AMC and Ape is $14.83. Max paying for the day today is $14. Price I'm expecting to fall somewhere between $14.50 and $14.75 before seeing a move upwards. I never did paint a point in here as to where I thought the price could get to. Let me try and figure that out real quick here. So if the 62% chance of this ascending broadening wedge works out, the total price or the average price of AMC and Ape combined together could hit 1570 by the end of the day. So I'm just going to draw a little line at 1570, I think. And we'll see if we get there. 62% chance. It's better than 50-50. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and Ape have not made it onto the list of most heavily top 30 traded stocks on Fidelity. Still not on the list yet for the day-to-day. GME is on the list at 28th with 67% buys at 33% sales. Low volume will reduce the amount of orders that are going through. SSR trips at $8.75. Shares available to borrow. Only returns so far from last time I checked. Fees are 17.8% for borrowing. NASDAQ is up 0.16. Dow Jones is down 0.21. S&P 500 is down 0.05. We currently have 3,686 decliners to 3,159 advancers. The market is declining. VIX is down 1.36. VTI is down 0.03. IWD is down 0.11. Tesla is up 2.62. Amazon is up 0.62. Cinemark is up 2.51. Doge is up 0.97. Bitcoin is falling 2.09. I wasn't expecting a fall below perhaps 17. I'll just say 17.5 until the 18th. So I think this is just a normal cycle here. I feel like it's a little early, but whatever. GME is down 0.01%. HYMC is down 3.77. Hood is up 0.72. NCMI is down 3.81. Ape is down 0.57. And AMC is down 1.65. Inflow versus outflow. Currently, there's $200,000 more in outflow than inflow for AMC, with volume at 16.42 million shares traded for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. Oh man, is it? It's 1:20. Dang, I gotta go to break here. Let's see. That's 100 minutes left of trading. Is that right? Yeah, 100. No, wait. 100, yeah, 100 minutes left of trading. Huh. 290. We're on pace for 22.09 million shares traded by the end of the day today for AMC. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million, so we're looking like it's going to be right smack dab in the middle. On an hourly time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.81, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.55, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.86, which is slightly below average. On Ape, about $800,000 more in inflow than outflow. 4.15 million shares having been traded so far, putting us on pace for 5.56 million shares traded by the end of the day. I said somewhere between 5 to 25 million shares. So I think we're gonna hit it. I think we'll hit the volume prediction. It's close, but we'll hit it. Currently on the 1-hour time interval for Ape, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.6, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.29, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 43.33, which is slightly below average. So far, I suggested earlier that the price drop on AMC would be somewhere between I think I said, I actually don't remember what I said, but it looks to me like it would be somewhere between 937 to 957 before starting to head back up. And on Ape, the suggested price that we would fall down to before returning back up was going to be somewhere between I think it was 515 and 525? No. 530, I think. 515 to 530? I don't know. I may have said 525, and it looks like we got right to 525. I don't remember what I said. Close enough. Close enough for government work. Apparently, I used to say that a lot as a kid. I had 2 parents in the government. Alrighty. I can see what it is you guys are writing. Javi, welcome. Good to see you. Jana, by the way, how was that earthquake? I called up my son last night. He's over there in San Francisco area. I called him up last night. I was all, hey, how was your first 4.4 earthquake? And he goes, there was an earthquake? So I told him, I said, well, you might have the same thing that I had growing up where I couldn't feel earthquakes. I could go to a pool and I could see the pool sloshing around. I could see chandeliers shaking from an earthquake. I could see all the effects of the earthquake, but I never, ever, ever really, truly, honestly felt an earthquake before. And to top that off, My mom will probably have to verify where it was exactly, but when they had that big LA earthquake in 1990, what year was that? That might have been somewhere like 1990, around that time frame. I can't remember when it was exactly, but we were actually in the LA area, really close to where that happened at. Tons of damage that happened during that 1994. All right, thank you. So I guess that would have been my senior year of high school. So we were in the LA area when it happened, really close to some of the bridges that fell down and stuff like that. And I remember my parents waking us up and telling us to like move or something, but then apparently it was over. And I remember looking up at the ceiling and seeing the chandeliers like just violently like swing around all over the place, and it just didn't register. I didn't feel any movement, and I really just I assume you don't. No, I do not get seasick at all. I don't get seasick at all. I've never even. To me, it's strange for me when people get seasick. I go like, "Why are you sick?" I can't even. I have a hard time understanding like why people get sick when they are on boats. It doesn't make sense to me. But anyways, so I told my son, I was like, I don't think. I think you may have my problem of on not being able to feel earthquakes. So my mom would have to tell us where we were because I don't remember where we were at the time. I just know we were really close. But Donkey Kong says, check out the earthquake in Papua New Guinea recently. Extremely frightening. Ooh, Riverside sounds familiar, Javi. We may have been in Riverside when. No, I don't know where we were. Riverside's not LA though, so we had to be further north than that. Hold on a second. Let me look it up again. It's been a long time. That's like back in the 90s. I haven't lived in there. I haven't lived over there since the 90s. So, because I know we were. I'm pretty sure we were more inland than we were coastal, but I'm not positive. Riverside. Yeah, that's pretty much just south of LA and inland. We might have actually been close. We might have been in like I don't know. I'm just gonna ask my mom. We'll just have to ask her and find out where we were at because I think we were somewhere, probably someplace very very close to Riverside. Well, that's why when I called my son, I said, "How was your first 4.4?" Because I kind of figured, that's pretty minor, 4.4. Back when we lived over there, it had to be like over. I feel like when we used to live in California, it needed to be over 6 to actually be anything that we really even cared about. So, so it's hard to say. We were really close to where one of the. I'm pretty sure we were really close to where one of the major huge bridges that came down. Not a bridge, but I'm sorry, an overpass. I just don't remember which one. We got to get my mom on here to talk about it. Oh, did she come in? Oh, there she goes. San Bernardino County. She came in and said it. Thanks, Mom. I appreciate it. Let me see. Who were we staying with at the time? I don't remember who we were staying with at the time when that happened. I just remember we were sleeping in the living room. Oh, look at that. That's actually really close to Riverside. Super, super close to Riverside. And I don't even remember what we were doing there. We were on vacation, or I feel like we were heading someplace and visiting family. I really honestly don't remember um, the details behind that event, which you would think you would. I'll never forget the time though. We were in San Diego. I walked outside and I was watching the pool like sloshing, like like it seemed like 2 feet or more out of the pool, like just sloshing like 2 feet outside the pool. This big wave of water came out from one side of the pool and splashed like 2 feet up on the side of a wall that we had there. And it was just like I've never seen water move like that, but not feel anything happening. Like I've been on cruise ships before where if you're in rough waters on a cruise ship and you've seen the water in the pool getting sloshed around like that, you can feel it. You can feel the motion. But I don't ever remember feeling the motion from whatever caused the water, well, the earthquake that caused the water to splash in the pool. Runscape Killer says Boss Blunts is about to buy 100,000 of AMC. Check his stream on YouTube. Quick, guys, go check it. GR says I'm driving right now on the Riverside Freeway going to pick up some merchandise for work. We went to visit Carol and her husband. Oh, we were at Carol's house? Oh, I don't remember that. I don't remember Carol being there, but I guess I don't know. I just always thought it was like really weird when you guys came in running into the room like to wake us up. And you guys are like, "It's an earthquake! It's an earthquake! You gotta like." We were still like trying to just get up to move to get to a safe place, and then you guys stopped panicking because it was over. And I'm like sitting there looking up at the ceiling, and I remember seeing the chandelier just going like, just like rocking like all over the place. It's just like swinging around like somebody bumped their head into it. It was just like I was like, "What is going on?" Oops, drop my pen. All right, I'm gonna go to break here, guys. I'm gonna check my DM real quick for Captain Awesome in Discord. Ah, thank you. That show up like that on mine. Hmm. What the heck? Approximately at 12:44 was the net inflow increase. I don't know, man. I'm gonna have to take a look at that and see if I can make heads and tails of that. Because I mean, it looks like what I would do. Let me see something. Is it A or B? I think it's B. No, it is A. What would cause an exchange traded funds to suddenly drive up in volume like that by like $2 billion? Huh. All right. So, like probably most of you, I do some of my best thinking when I'm sitting on the John. So while I'm sitting on the John on my break, I'm gonna sit and think about that, Captain, and see if I can't figure out what's going on there. Let me see here. Yep, the porcelain god. No, Tom, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I don't know, man. I'm not doing that. Dude, I can't. I just can't. It's funny. It's funny, Tom. I'm like half considering it because I had thought about doing like just random, like really funny things to play this week, and that would be really funny. I already kind of broke that with today's request. So, but I don't know that I could. I don't know. I don't think I can put that up there. I don't think I can play that song. All right, I'm gonna put up the note for break time, and I'll see you guys back at 2:10. Mom, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do without you when you're gone. Because I'll never remember those things. Like somebody will be asked, I'll be like, yeah, I was there for that earthquake in 1984. They'll be like, where were you at? I'll be like, LA-ish. I'll never remember those kind of things. Alrighty, guys, I'll see you in a bit.
MusicVine is the essential music licensing platform for pro filmmakers. Discover the world's top composers and songwriters with industry-leading search tools that speak your language. If you need music for pro video, visit MusicVine.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. It is the Power Hour, and it's time to make a toast for the Power Hour. I have my adventurous ape all ready to go here. First off, oh no, I sort of erased it. I think it's Spencer, but Dan Spencer. Your last portion of your name must have got rubbed off with my rubbed off with my hand because it's missing part of your name here. But happy 50th birthday to Dan Spencer. I hope you have a wonderful day today on your birthday. I do want to send a little touching note as well here, guys. I know that I know this is kind of, I'm going from like a happy birthday to a sad moment, but Bigum's lost his grandfather, and I know what it's like, especially when they mean a lot to you, to lose a grandparent, and so toast to Bigum's and for the good memories that he had with his grandfather. I hope that Bigum's can heal from that, and so cheers to Dan Spencer and his 50th birthday, and to Bigum's and his loss. I care about you guys, all of you. Cheers. Roseanne says, "Boss just blunted 8,000 shares." That's awesome. Congratulations to Boss and his newfound shares. Let's take a look at these numbers. So like I said to you guys earlier, we had like a 61% or 62% chance of trying to make it from this ascending broadening wedge pattern up to the value that the pattern was kind of showing us. For Ape, it was $5.54. We're a bit of a ways away from that, so we probably aren't going to get there. Same thing goes with AMC. We're a little bit of ways away from that one. That was 1013 was the number that we should have reached. And as you can see, we were on an incline, but it looks like right here we're getting a little bit of a push down. Captain Awesome, is it Captain Awesome? Captain Awesome sent me a picture earlier, and we were looking at the net inflow for the Nasdaq and NYSE, and the sudden jumps there was like $2 billion jump on the NYSE. I don't have anything for that yet. What I'm going to do though is I'm going to be watching the Fed report, and I'm going to be looking for where their next reporting balance sheet money is going towards. So, because I think that's where we'll probably see it. So that's what I'm going to watch for. The next balance sheet comes out on, let's see, the 15th, so tomorrow. Tomorrow we should get the next balance sheet by 4:30 p.m. So after market close tomorrow, we should see if they dumped in $2 billion is really not that much on their balance sheet. So I don't know if I'll find it or not, but maybe we can find something there. So I checked mortgage-backed security ETFs, James, and there was a slight pumping. It's possible, but I mean, I don't know. Not enough for me to really kind of raise any red flags. It wasn't like massive. So it could be that they're injecting money multiple different places over the market, and mortgage-backed securities might have been one of them. I don't know, but let's take a look at our numbers. The bottom line is that even if they did inject money or large amounts of money into the market today, the SPY is still down 0.34. So congratulations. It didn't work, I guess. I don't know what to say. Front pumping. front pumping that leads to back pumping. I don't know. That's a great question. It's got to be front pumping. Front loading. Logging into my broker, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing from here on forward. If you don't have two-factor authentication and you have a broker that allows it, you may want to consider looking into it, as it could help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in there. Just think about it, try it out, see if you like it, and if you don't, get rid of it. Forget about it. But it's good to have extra protection. That's what she said. All right. Let's take a look at our numbers here. Off exchange. An hour ago it was 53.65 and EDGX was 11.47. Refresh that, and current values for off exchange is 53.96 and 11.07 for combined total of 65.03. That's actually going to be kind of low for this time of the day. Basically, it's a percent over what the closing is, but usually by close at the end of the day, it drops by about 2%. So it'll end up being like 63% by the time the day is over, and that's going to be a percent lower than what we're used to seeing in off-exchange volume. In regards to Ape, the numbers are currently at 59.21. And 11.4 for the EDGX for a combined total of 70.61%. So those are elevated. The Ape off exchange is definitely elevated in off exchange trades, reducing potential price discovery. 4.23 million shares were returned an hour ago, according to Ortex for AMC. It is now 4.7 million shares. That's going to have a decreasing effect on the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.39%. Cost to borrow is at 19.61. Shares on loans at 190.72 million shares. That is 3.8 million shares less day over day than what we had previously. I'm estimating about 1.3 million of that to be in short interest that was closed. On Ape, an hour ago there was approximately 1.46 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 62,000 shares. It's going to have a negative impact on short share interest of the free float, which is showing up at 5.98%. Cost to borrow is at 7.76. Shares on loan for the day today is at 34.34 million shares. That is 1 million shares less day over day in short interest that was closed. Options. Highest amount of call contracts coming through at a $13 strike. An hour ago, there was 1,001 contracts. There's still 1,001. On puts, highest amount of contracts are opened at an $18 strike. There was 52 contracts an hour ago. There is now 60. So somebody is back to purchasing in the money put options, meaning they need shares. Combined price of AMC and Ape, currently at $14.99. Max Pain is at $14, so we're a buck above it. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and Ape have not been on the list for most of the day today due to low volume. GME is coming in 30th most heavily traded stock on the list at 66% buys to 34% sales. SSR triggers at $8.75 for AMC for the day today, and that did not happen. Ape would have triggered at $4.78. That did not happen either. And it looks like they may have borrowed another 50,000 shares earlier, and then returned them, putting us at 800,000 shares borrowed for the day today. Fees are at 17.8%. NASDAQ is up 0.01, Dow Jones is down 0.5, the S&P 500 is down 0.32. We currently have 3,867 decliners to 2,974 advancers. Market is declining. VIX is down 1.83. VTI is down 0.31. IWD is down 0.45. Tesla is up 2.59. Amazon is up 0.5. Cinemark is up 2.96. Doge is up 1.76. Bitcoin is down 1.79. GME is up 0.02. HYMC is down 2.66. Hood is up 0.67. NCMI is down 4.76. Ape is up 0.19 and AMC is down 0.31. Currently, there is about $400,000 more in outflow than inflow on AMC, with 18.29 million shares traded so far, with just a little over 30 minutes left of trading. We're on pace for about 20.1 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested in pre-market 10 to 30 million. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.58, which is average. And on a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.38, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.92, which is slightly above average. On Ape, there's $1 million more in inflow than outflow, with 4.77 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. Let's see. Looks like we're going to hit 5.68 million shares traded by the end of the day today for Ape. I said somewhere between 5 and 25 million, so we're going to hit that as well. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.21, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, it's hard to say. I'm going to say more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.94, which is just about average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.01, which is just slightly above average. If you're talking about Flat Earth, he was not banned. Not as far as I'm aware. Cassius says, "Okay, is Ape and AMC filled? Let's see what happens." Sounds like Boss Blunts is doing his buy-in. Well, you should see it on the order book. Depend on who he's buying through, though. Is he buying limit low? I hope he's not buying limit low. If he's setting up buy walls that are low limits, then he's helping to reduce price. Somebody said he's buying at ask. Okay. So good, he's buying at ask. Who is he trading through though? Is he trading through? 'Cause somebody said that he's trading through Robinhood. Is he really doing that, or was that just a FUD comment? I feel like that had to be a FUD comment. I hope it is. I can't imagine Boss Blunts. No. Okay. Oh, phew. You had me for a second there, Lisa. You had me at no. I thought you meant no. That's not a joke. Okay. IBKR. Got it. All right. My heart skipped a beat there. I'm not gonna lie, Lisa. You got my heart to skip just a slight beat for a second. You had me. You're laughing. I was I was kind of panicked there for a second. Yeah, he could set. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. If you're setting limit orders for higher than market price, then that's buying on the ask. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Vincent. I would have thought that he would hate Robinhood, so that's why I was going to have a heart attack because somebody was saying that he was buying on Robinhood. I was like, that's got to be a joke. I see 1,000 orders going through. I mean, there's some definite increased volume right now. Can you imagine if you could throw like $5 to $10 million at this thing? If you came in and you were just like ordering like, I don't know, 6,000 share chunks at a time, just to kind of prove a point. 8,000 shares at 970. Yeah, there was enough volume in there for that. Buzzman says, I regularly dream of doing that. Food Dog says they'll pay the $5 fine. Yeah. What? Aw. I'm going through Twitter here, and somebody posted a picture of their wife and said, "This beautiful lady here gives me the strength to take on each day." Alex posted that. I think I'm friends with Alex. Yeah. That's awesome, man. Those are awesome pictures. So don't forget, Green Days on Wednesdays tend to give us a 8% chance of green on Thursday. So we kind of want to see it close red, but whatever. That's cool. Green's fine. But 8% chance. I'll say this: if we have a green day on Thursday, then that's a definite trend reversal. I know we already beat out the trends mostly this week. We had a green day on. Well, I guess we had a green day on Friday. It was green on Monday. So green on Monday was kind of a mixed. We had a red day on Tuesday, which should have led to a red day today. So if we have green today and then tomorrow we have a green day, that'll be 2 days in a row of a reversal. Mm-hmm. Volume, so the volume that minute would have been 1529 for 970, because the low for that was 967 and the high was 970. So that was 1529 was the time, and the volume during that minute was 34,868 shares, and was the start of some of the volume increasing that we've been seeing in the last, I don't know, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11 minutes or so. Yeah, I've kind of wondered that too, Buzzin. I've actually kind of, I feel like there's been not enough actors coming forward from movies to support the movie theaters, and I think more of them should. I mean, that's where we go to see their movies. It could be myself. A long, long time ago, um, I want to say this was back. I want to say this was back in the Wall Street Bets days. Everybody used to talk about buying at very specific times of the day, like the last couple minutes, like the last 5 minutes, to help drive the price up at the end of the day. Um, I'm not going to say what effect that could have. I'm just going to throw it out there that they used to actually talk about buying at certain times on Wall Street Bets, which I always thought was kind of weird. I was like, that sounds kind of eh. But there used to be a big, strong push on trying to get people to buy shares at the last 5 minutes. I don't know if you guys were around to remember that or not. Sam says that they know that the movies aren't in jeopardy. I mean, Regal did file bankruptcy, so Yucca said more movie actors should be at AMC autographing our fanny packs. That's classic, man. I love it. No, I mean not everybody was around, and not everybody remembers that kind of stuff from back then. I've always wondered, and I actually don't know the answer to this. Maybe you guys can help me out with this. Do the movie theaters get to pick what the movie seat prices are beyond a certain point? Like, is there a certain price that they have to charge, and then anything that they charge above that is additional money that they get to make on top? Like do movie theaters when they sell the rights to have their movies be seen, do they demand a certain price per seat, or does the movie theater get to totally dictate what that price is going to be? Because what I would like to see, what I would really, really like to see, and I think would be kind of an interesting experiment or something that AMC could maybe champion, is perhaps maybe cheaper prices for movie tickets for seats on movies that are maybe less desirable, right? So like maybe the movie's just not doing that well, it's not performing as well, so you can get like discounted tickets to go see it, to kind of like get more people to come and see the movie. Like if the movie's not that as good, why am I going to pay for the same price for the same ticket? Why not just charge me less? Because then you're still getting me in for concessions, right? And that to me seems like a really good business plan. Like if you know that the movie's not going to do as well, charge people three-quarters of the price. Charge people three-quarters of the price for the movie because it's not an A-list movie, right? And or maybe even half-price tickets, and get people in the door so that they can buy the concessions. Because that's then you end up making money on the concessions. You fill more seats. You get people to come. You get more people to come and see a movie. It's really about. I like to think of it as like baseball. It's RBI, right? If you wanna make money, it's all in your RBI. How many runs batted in can you get? Because that's where you win your games. You win it by getting people through the door, through the home plate. The more people you get through the home plate, the more winnings you get. So how do you get more people through the door? Lower the ticket price on certain movies. I don't know. I don't know the answer to this though. I don't know if they're required to charge a certain amount per seat. Darren said, then you would get a million bots saying every movie is great. You might. Barry says, I think the theaters pay a flat fee for the number of days the movie is shown, depending on the title and age. Man, myself, look, you sound like the disgruntled wrestling fan. You need to let it go, man. You really need to let it go. You don't like wrestling, but that doesn't mean they have to let you in for free. This is true. This is absolutely true, right? Um, but if your sales are down across the board for people who are coming in to see wrestling matches, wouldn't it make sense to lower the price of wrestling tickets in order to get more people in the door? And if that's true, then wouldn't it make sense to lower the price of certain movie tickets because the movies aren't as good of a performer? It seems to make sense to me. I know, for example, too, like baseball teams, right? How much you get charged for a baseball ticket depends on the quality of the team that they're having for the year. Your ticket price is going to be based off of how well the team's performing entirely. And then there's different thresholds on how much you're going to pay based off the quality of the seat that you get within the stadium. But if you have a really top performing team that's doing really super well, your tickets are going to be expensive. And as a ticket owner, you can actually sell your season tickets if the team's performing for a much higher price than what you ever even paid to begin with. So, that's it's a thing, man. Yucca says movie theaters work on a communist system. I never really thought about it like that. Silver Surfer says National Ape Day starts November 1st. 4 million apes buy 10 shares each and kick 'em in the nads. At these prices, I could do that. I could do that. Jeff says, so not what the organization charges, but what scalpers charge. Roger that. I'm not picking up on what you're dropping. I'm not into the whole scalping stuff, so I don't know what's going on there. The day that is the worst performing day of the week for us currently is Thursdays. Thursdays we have a 33% chance of seeing green. We got 10 more minutes here, Yucca, or a little less than that. Blair says, I'm a new subscriber. I like the focus of your channel. I hope to see AMC break 10 and Ape break 6 by Friday. I think that could happen. I think AMC could break 10. If you watched earlier this morning, Blair, what I'll say is that earlier, and welcome, by the way. I think you're gonna enjoy the group that we've got here. It's a pretty solid, tight group of people. We do have shills here. We do have shills. I promise you, there are shills here, and you can silence them if you want to. I don't silence them because they keep me going. They help me know that I'm doing the right thing here. But what I will say is that earlier this morning when I was looking at it, I do see some buying pressure coming back after tomorrow. So potential move up on Friday, and we're already kind of moving up a little bit today. So Friday's looking pretty good for us in the futures, and as far as Ape goes above 6, let me go back over and check Ape real quick here. Hold on one second. Let me just look at it on the hourly again because I don't remember off the top of my head. I don't know about 6. It'll be pushing it. I mean, we could get there. We could get there. It's not that far. I think it's possible. I think it's very, very possible. But we'll see. We do have some run up to get there. This next run up is looking like it's going to start higher than the last one, which means should net result us higher levels of pricing, which our last run up was 613. So whether or not we get there or not on this next run up, then it's possible. What's the price difference? 515 and 562, so like a 50-cent difference. Yeah, it might be possible, man. Might be possible. Our blue lines are coming into the picture here. The blue lines, just in case you guys don't remember what those are, we were on for a big portion of the day today. We were on ascending broadening wedge, and the price point that we should be able to get to was the blue lines that are showing up on the top of the page on each one of the charts. Oh, I see what you're saying. But yeah, Jeff, I get it. Scalpers cause the price to go up, but it's still the case though, right? I mean, it's still a higher price. Tom D, take care of yourself, man. Cassius says, just thinking out loud, could bosses buy live be construed as pumping a stock? Hmm. I I don't think so. Tano says, if we start the 100 candles in the after hours, please, you need to get back to us. All right. All right. We'll see. We'll see what happens. What did I say for the time? You asked about 970, right? 970 would have been, I think it was this minute right here. Yeah, 1529. No, I'd say the rise started before that. The rise really started kind of back here. He started at 1529. The rise started. I mean, it's kind of been ongoing, quite frankly. Oh, you guys can handle the squeeze without me for sure. I know you can. I have plenty of information out there for you guys to go back and research if you have to. Tano, you take care, man. Yakafrida says rise started in 2020. No joke, right? I don't know. I mean, somebody was saying he bought at $9.70, and one of the points in time that I saw at 9.70 was 15.29. There was a couple minutes around 15.29 that he could have also started the purchase around 15.26. Also, there were some periods of time over here where he could have started purchasing as well at like 15.08. I don't know what time he really started purchasing. I wasn't over there, so. Somebody just said to check the time for $9.70, so I did. Most recent to when they asked me to check it. I have not, Cookie Monster. I have not been paying attention to that at all. Union train workers potential strike. Interesting. Alrighty, guys. It's that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another trading day. We still got 2 left. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, go walk a pet, or go see a movie, because after all, that is what you're here for, supporting a movie theater. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
Looking out at the road rushing under my wheels. Looking back at the years gone by like so many summer fields. 65, I was 17 and running up on one. I don't know where I'm running now, I'm just running on. Running on empty, running wild, running into the sun, but I'm running behind. Gotta do what you can just to keep your love alive. Try not to confuse it with what you do to survive. 69, I was 21, and I called the road my own. I don't know when that road turned onto the road I'm on. Running on empty, running wild, running into the sun, but I'm running behind.
Thank you.